Hi, I'm Pastor Roger Wade, and I am thrilled to celebrate the anniversary of Dwain Woode, MD. I've enjoyed collaborating with Dr. Woode and his amazing content. If you haven't already checked out his videos on mastering your health and reversing your diabetes, oh, you are missing out. Join his community. I invite you to join his community where he educates, empowers, and encourages you to live your happiest, healthiest, and best life. Happy anniversary, Dwain Woode, MD.
I question all the time. What can I eat? Oh, my family makes this amazing dish and I just love it. I love it. But they say I can't eat it because I'm diabetic. Is that true? Is that true? And we're going to spend some time talking about that tonight. How do you create a menu? How do you create a menu for an entire week? What do you have to do? What are some foods that you can eat? That's what we're talking about here on the show. I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. If you're new to me, that's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your healthy life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, y'all. And in this year, new year, new you. I'm talking to type 2 diabetics, adults who have type 2 diabetes, who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to reverse their diabetes, get off of diabetes medication, avoid complications, and reverse the downward spiral that they're having for their health. If you're new as well, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And to just say hello to the neighborhood. If you have questions, go ahead and put those in the comments, in the chat. Put a Q in front of it so I know that that's one that I need to get to. And you guys know how we do what we do when we do what we do here on the show. I've got my meters over here on the side that we're going to be taking a look at to look at my blood sugars. I've got my graph over on this side that we'll see what my blood sugars have been doing for the last couple of weeks, because this is a practical thing, y'all. Right? This is not theory. This is stuff that goes on every single day. And if you're diabetic, or you know someone who has diabetes, someone that you've been helping to take care of, you know how we roll, right? It is an all-encompassing disease. But the good thing is, right? The good news is that it can be handled and we can reverse diabetes. Welcome, welcome. I do see some folks out there in the chat, so I just want to give a shout out. Sherry Demper, hey, she said good evening from Brooklyn, New York. What? Sherry, that's my old stomping ground, Sherry, right there. That's right. That's where I am from. Went to Brooklyn Tech, went to Huddy High School, junior high, that is. But yeah. Love it. So glad that you are in the house tonight. And Sherry, I'm gonna go ahead and say, if you happen to pass by a pizza place right now and you just want to send me a slice of pizza, I mean, I'm accepting, right? Just hand it out, just put it in a package, freeze it, down here. And then Teresa, hey, Teresa says, evening, Dr. Woode and everyone, glad that you are here. Teresa, glad that you're in the house. And for those of you who are out there who are watching us on the other platforms, thank you for coming in. I do see several of you over there. On my screen here, I can actually see who's on different platforms. Right now, as I've said before, we are not streaming to Instagram. They've done some interesting things with how they set this up. So, but if you know someone who's out there, have them come on over because we're going to have a good time tonight. Yep. So thanks for coming. All right. So y'all, new year, new you, right? That's what we're doing. New year, new you. Remember that our goal is remission, reversal of diabetes. And as a corollary to that, as a side effect of that, as just one of the benefits that we get from that, we also will see people who are not diabetic have amazing responses in their health and in their lives as well, right? So remember, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, obesity, metabolic syndrome, all of those things get better as we talk about what do we do to put our diabetes in remission, because the very same things, y'all, that we do for the diabetic are some of the exact same things. I shouldn't say some, are the exact same things that we do for all of the other patients. So even as I'm talking to people in the office, as I'm talking to clients, as I'm talking to people who stop me and say, hey, I've been watching the show, or people who are stopping me say, hey, you've lost some weight, tell me what you're doing. You know what I tell them? The exact same things that we talk about when we talk about putting diabetes in reversal. Yep. It is the same. So that's what we're talking about, y'all, diabetes in reversal. And tonight in particular, we are talking about how do we go about creating a menu. A 7-day menu is what we're working on, right? You guys saw the flyer, 7-day menu. And as I said, diabetes, yes, but guess what? The same things we can talk about as we talk about diabetes are the same things that we will talk about as we talk about everyone else who has metabolic syndrome and all those other metabolically active and associated disease processes. So let's get to it. So number one, remember our premise. Our premise is that our issue is the insulin. Right, so diabetes is not a blood sugar problem. It is an insulin problem. And of course, blood sugars are just simply the result. That's the symptom of where we find ourselves in the metabolic disease process. And so our goal has been, one, to decrease the total amount of insulin in our body. That is insulin that's coming from outside, that's in people who are taking insulin, or insulin that our body is producing to help manage our blood sugars. That's number one. Number two, suppressing the appetite. All right, so one, decrease the insulin. Number two, suppress the appetite. And then number three, get rid of as much sugar, glucose, carbohydrates as we can from the body. Notice I didn't say get rid of as much from the food, but as much as we can from the body. So those are three of the pillars that we are using as we're moving through this process. So the question comes up, well, how do we go about decreasing the total insulin in our body? How do we suppress the appetite? And how do we decrease the carbohydrates and the sugar that's in the body? And this all comes down to, you guessed it, comes down to our topic for tonight, right? So there are some principles that I want to go through as we move into the process of creating the menu, right? There's some things that I want you to pay attention to, and they are simply these, right? And first, let me kind of read this little quote that I developed, and it is, eating well is a form of self-respect. Every meal is an opportunity to nourish not just your body, but also your well-being. By choosing foods that stabilize blood sugar and enhance energy, we honor our health and invest in our future. Remember, good nutrition isn't just about avoiding illness, it's about thriving. Let every bite take you closer to your best self. So it's not just about blood sugar. Eating encompasses so much more. Do you know that the way you eat affects the amount of inflammation in your body? Do you know the way you eat affects how you sleep? Do you know the way you eat affects your mood and your thought process? You've heard people say food as medicine. As a matter of fact, we did a show where we talked about food as medicine. Right? Go back and watch that. It's on the channel. But the food affects so much. And so as we are moving in the direction of reversing diabetes, decreasing our insulin, dealing with cravings, right? Suppressing appetite, and dealing with the total sugar in our bodies, it's important to remember that there's a lot more that goes on in terms of our diet and the food that we eat. So here are some general principles for each day as we are talking about the foods that we're going to be putting on our menu. Number one, you want to make sure you're hydrated. I say that, you guys hear me say that probably for every single thing that we talk about. You want to make sure you're hydrated. Do you know, as a matter of fact, I've got a patient that I'm going to go see right after this show that's at the hospital. I got a consult. And do you know that there are people who come into the hospital, excuse me, guys, allergies. There are people who come into the hospital who have blood sugars of 800, 900, 1,000. I think that's the highest I've seen is like probably 2,000, 1,500. And everybody wants to give that person insulin. And insulin is a treatment for that condition. But the first thing that they need is fluid. They need water. They need hydration. Because your enzymes, your insulin, all the processes in your body can't work properly if you're not well hydrated. So in everything that we do, hydration is a key. It is a must. So as you're putting your meals together, as you're coming up with what is going to go on my plate, what is going to be my breakfast and my lunch and my dinner, make sure that you are hydrating well. Yeah, so we're not going to spend time talking about what we're going to put on the menu for hydration. We're going to talk about the food, but you want to make sure that you're doing that. And hydration is important. Make sure that you are minimizing the amount of calories you're getting from hydration, right? Most of us actually drink our calories as opposed to eating it. Yeah, that's the statistic. Number two, portion control. It is possible to eat good food, to eat healthy food, to eat foods that don't normally spike our blood sugars way, way, way up, but to eat so much that we lose the benefit of the food that we're eating. Do you know it's easy, well, not easy, that you can sit down and eat enough salad to get a blood sugar of 2, 3, 4, 500, or enough lettuce, or enough broccoli, or enough, I don't know, cabbage, because that's one of my favorite things. Do you know that that's possible? So the portions that we eat, that's very important. So as you're creating your plan, your menu, portion control, portion control, portion control. How many times did I say that? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, portion control. Breakfast, lunch, supper. Number two, substitutions. We're going to see here in a little while that the things that we are talking about may not be things that you necessarily like or things that you are comfortable cooking or comfortable eating. Substitute. Just because the recipe says that you have to have a particular thing doesn't mean that you've got to do that. You can substitute something else. Of course, you got to make sure that what you're substituting is continuing to be healthy. And of course, if it tastes good, great. Or people say, I don't want to change the dish because it may not taste good. That's okay. Fix it. Number three, preparation. Right, the first day that we're going to talk about here in a minute, preparation. You cannot be successful if you don't prepare. If you're expecting to show up on that day at that meal and make a healthy choice, yeah, you're setting yourself up for failure. So preparation has to happen way before you even get to the meal itself. And then adjust seasonings. That goes back to what I was just talking about in terms of substitution, and you've got to play with that thing. Right? What tastes good to you? You took something out because you thought it was not healthy for you. What are you going to put back in there? What are you going to adjust? And then look at cooking methods. Just because your mama fried it doesn't mean you have to fry it. Just because your cousin and them baked it doesn't mean you have to bake it. You can grill it. You can put it in a toaster oven. I found some things you can actually cook in the microwave that I didn't believe you can cook in a microwave. Right? You got one of those rotisserie things? Use it. So experiment with different methods of cooking. We did a show several weeks ago where we talked about because as soon as I said that, where we talked about different arrangements of food, how we can change food, how we can do supplements and so forth. That's a great show to go back and watch and listen to. All right. And then let's see. Sherry from Brooklyn. Sherry said, "Wow, water hydration means so much. You really eat too much plain salad. LOL." Thank God for proper substitution. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's hop to it. So day number 1, y'all. Day number 1. Here it is. So here's our shopping list. Day number 1. And we're gonna go through day 1, and then we'll show you all the things for the rest of the days, and then I'm gonna come and show you some of my food. Right. So then day number 1, we're gonna do some shopping. You gotta prepare. You gotta go to the grocery store. Now, notice this says day 1. But just like you are shopping for day 1, what I would recommend doing is at the beginning of the week, or maybe the end of the previous week, figure out what you're going to do for the coming week and go out and buy that stuff. Right? Now this says day 1, but there's day 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, right? So what you don't want to get into the habit of doing, because this will try you, this will get on your nerves, is like every day having to go out and buy the food for that day that you're going to cook. Like one of the things I used to do here in my studio is I would come in and I would record a video and be putting things in the video with the plans that video is going out tonight. Like I'd start in the morning and say, okay, this video is going out tonight. Well, that was a bad thing because after a while, guess what? Yes, things happen and you get interrupted during the day. And after a while, because your brain needs time to think anyway. And so I was like, oh, yeah, this one's not going to be done today. All of a sudden, guess what just happened, right? That video didn't happen. So I had to plan ahead. Like if you guys have been following, back in December or November, we started talking about New Year, New You. Right, planning ahead. Same thing like we do in the rest of our lives. We've got to do the same things with our food. So this is what we're doing, right? So day number 1, this is our shopping list. So some Greek yogurt, unsweetened, mixed berries, ground flax seeds, some quinoa, some cucumber, cherry tomatoes, lemon tahini dressing or whatever dressing you like, chicken breast, and some broccoli. Right, so this is day 1. This is all the stuff we're putting in day 1. And so what does day 1 look like? And remember, our goal is to minimize the spikes in our blood sugar. So anytime we have something that has a lot of carbs in it, then we will get spikes in our blood sugar. Right, so we want to minimize that. And as you look at what you're seeing there on this shopping list, right? So the mixed berries, right, probably has some sugar in it. But if you remember when we did our show on starchy and non-starchy vegetables and foods, right, one of the things that we said was berries actually have less carbs than some of the other fruits that you can have, like the melons and so forth. Okay, so that's on there. The quinoa is going to spike the blood sugar, but not as much as if we used rice or, right? Even brown rice will spike the blood sugar. Not as much as, white rice, but it is there, right? All right, let's see. We got some cherry tomatoes. We got the dressing. We got the chicken breast, and we have the broccoli. Because remember, broccoli is another one of those non-starchy vegetables. So what are we going to do, right? Okay, that one shouldn't have been in there. But day 1, right? So we're going to go do a quinoa salad. Actually, give me just a second here, guys. Right, so quinoa salad is going to be part of day 1. And let me pull this up. Quinoa salad is going to be part of what we do for day one. And notice that there's some chicken in there, right? So we've got chicken breasts, we've got some apples, we've got some tomatoes. Of course, we got the quinoa in there. We got a couple of leaves of spinach, and we've got some peppers, some yellow bell peppers. Now, if you look at that meal, that seems filling, right? And so that is lunch. That's lunch. And you'll see here in a minute, let me make sure. You'll see here in a minute that we did, that was lunch, and we're going to go directly to supper. Let me make one point here. As I'm going through this list, and as we're talking about creating this menu, you will not see anything in there for snacks. When I talk to patients and clients, I don't tell them to have snacks because there is no physiologic reason, there's no metabolic reason for snacks other than people who may be on medications that we're trying to decrease anyway, or medications they have to take at a particular time that requires them to take it with something to eat, some food. But there's no reason in your day to include snacks. So in this, you will not see snacks. Now, there are things we can talk about if you are having a snack. What are some valid things to have? What are some things you can use to minimize the spike in blood sugar? But yeah, you won't see snacks in this list. All right. And then I think Sherry says, what if you don't like breast? It's too dry. So once again, there's that substitution, Sherry. Right. So the chicken itself has no spiking of carbs and insulin. So the chicken itself. So you can use really any part of the chicken. Now, as you get to other parts of the chicken, you got to talk about, you know, the calories and the fat and so forth. But simply for our use of this for blood sugar management, yeah, you can use any part of the chicken you want. In fact, you can substitute that for some other kind of meat. You may have some steak tips that you want to put in there. You may have some salmon that you want to put in there. We'll see salmon coming up here in just a little while. Okay. And then at night, once again, we got grilled chicken breast with steamed broccoli. Now, what I want to point out is, well, let me say it a little differently. Well, let me just point it out. So notice that we use the same meat for lunch and supper. That is deliberate because it decreases the work that you have to do. If you are trying to minimize what you do, you could grill it and do the chicken a little differently for each of the meals. But the simplest thing to do is to grill it, slice it up here for lunch, and then just have a whole chicken breast for supper with some steamed broccoli. And you can have some quinoa at supper as well, or you can have some other carb that you would like to put in there. Now, a lot of people know the plate method, and the plate method is, you know, you take your plate and half of it is like non-starchy vegetables, a quarter of it is your protein, and the rest of it you put maybe some starch and fats. Because we are using fasting as one of our tools, that is still a general process that you can go through. But the fasting that you're doing will really actually offset some of the other things that sometimes we worry about. Because fasting by nature of what we do is a calorie restriction, right? The way we do it. And notice in this case, as I said, there is lunch and there's supper. There is no breakfast. And you do not have to eat breakfast every day, right? That you don't have to. People say, oh, that's the most important meal. Well, if you're using that as part of your fasting process, great, right? So I'm going to have breakfast and I'm going to have lunch. Or I'm going to have breakfast and I'm going to have supper. Great. But you don't have to have breakfast just because you woke up. Okay? All right. So now day number two. So let's hop over. And for the rest of these, we're just going to kind of talk through the food. Okay. I have a list of all the shopping lists. I have the list of the recipes that we'll make available for those of you who are coming to the meetup on Thursday night. We'll have some of that there, so you can actually download it. Won't have everything, but some of it will be there, and then the rest of it will kind of post in different parts of our social media. Okay. All right. So day number two. And you'll see there we've got oatmeal topped with apple slices and cinnamon. Oatmeal topped with apple slices and cinnamon. And this is not the flavored oatmeal that you get from the package. This is steel cut oats that you make that doesn't have all the sugar and all the flavorings. Now you can flavor it differently so that it does taste good. Because remember, one of our tenets of, and let me go back to that slide. One of our tenets of our meals for this month, right, is if you look there as the second from the bottom, it says tasty. The food has to be tasty, y'all. Because if it doesn't taste good, guess what? You're not going to eat it. You're going to get bored with it. So we want to make sure that you're doing things, eating food that you want to eat. So, okay, so there we've got some oatmeal topped with apple slices and cinnamon, or apple chunks, I guess I should say. Then for lunch, we've got turkey and avocado wrap. Now you can do that a whole grain tortilla, or you can do it a different way. I mean, maybe you like the basil tortilla, or you like one of the other tortillas. And that's fine. Remember, substitution is allowed. At my office, when I go down to the cafeteria, I go and I get a wrap, and I usually get a chicken finger wrap. So we've got chicken fingers, what else? Tomatoes, lettuce, cucumber, jalapenos, some spinach in there. Do I put olives? No olives. Oh, mushrooms. And ranch dressing. And I tell them, don't fold it, right? So they put it in the wrap. They want to wrap it up. They said, don't wrap it like a burrito. Don't wrap it. Just take the whole thing and put it in the box. And I'm going to eat it right out of there like a salad. So that's how I do. Now, the chicken fingers are breaded, right? So I do see a little spike in my blood sugar, but not as much as if I had eaten the wrap. So as you're looking at the various things that you're going to put on your list, right, you will have to experiment to see how a particular food affects your body. Just because it's on our list here tonight doesn't mean, doesn't mean that you have to stay with that. You can do something else. Like I've had people say, hey, I'll take all the stuff that's inside the wrap and I'll wrap it in lettuce, or I'll wrap it in cabbage. And that's what they use as their wrap because there's less carbs. And the benefit of that, as we go through all of this, is you will notice that a lot of what we're doing is full of fiber, right? So as we're dealing with those non-starchy vegetables, we're adding fiber and we're adding fat in there so that the fat and the fiber offsets the spike in blood sugar. And then for supper, we're going to have some grilled salmon with some asparagus on a bed of rice. Now, the rice that you see there is actually white rice, but you can put that on brown rice. You can put it on quinoa. You can put it on cauliflower rice, right? Decreases the carbs because cauliflower is one of those non-starchy vegetables. That's day number 2. And notice the food that you're looking at and eating, this is good stuff. This is not like you out there sitting eating a stick of celery and a piece of brick. This is food. This is like real food. And then, of course, you've got to watch your blood sugars to see what happens to the blood sugars. Day number 3. We got some scrambled eggs with spinach and mushrooms. Why spinach and mushrooms? Because spinach and mushrooms are some of those non-starchy vegetables, non-starchy foods. If you're vegetarian or if you're vegan, you can use tofu. Like I've had some people make some tofu and do it like scrambled eggs. They put a little turmeric in there, a little salt and pepper, and you eat it and you almost don't know that it's not eggs. Now, I haven't seen anybody do an omelet. That would be great. If you guys know how to do an omelet with some tofu, man. All right, so scrambled eggs with spinach and mushrooms. This is day number 3. For lunch, we've got some lentil soup with a side salad in olive oil and vinegar. Remember, we talked about vinegar as one of those things that you can add to food that decreases the breakdown, right? So it inhibits the amylase, which breaks down carbohydrates, and so you don't get as big a spike in blood sugar as a result of the food, because now you have the vinegar that is inhibiting it. So you can actually, so here's a little cheat, right? Let me put this so I can say. So here's a little cheat. So you can actually eat, and this is not the point of this. Let me first say that. You can actually eat more carbs if you put vinegar on it. That's not the intention, but that's the result of the vinegar. Right? So notice all of a sudden we can eat those carbs and we don't get that spike in blood sugar. We don't get the spike, the insulin doesn't come up, or I don't have to take as much insulin, and so I don't get hungry. Right? Because remember, anytime insulin spikes, my hunger goes up. Right? So lentil soup, side salad dressed in olive oil and vinegar. Pollen around here is crazy. And then for dinner, we've got a stir fry with tofu and mixed vegetables, bell peppers, snap peas. Yeah. So for those of you who are vegan, vegetarian, once again, this is a perfect dish for you. We do a lot of tofu at our house. And I did, I'm going to have to do a video where I show you how I make some of that. We do a lot of tofu here. And you can do so many different things with tofu, right? And depending on the type of tofu, like people say, oh, tofu is too soft and it's crumbly and it does, right? So what you want to do is if that's the case, you want to get the firm tofu and you want to press it a little bit to get some of the water out of it. And then you can cube it, slice it, however you want to do it. And then you basically brown it in a pan. And when you pick it up, it's actually pretty firm. And the tofu will pick up whatever flavor it is that you're cooking with, right? So if you have a sauce in the pan and you put the tofu, it'll pick up the flavor of the sauce. If you've cooked some meat, right? Some chicken or fish or whatever it is, and you deglaze that pan and you drop tofu in there, all of a sudden the tofu tastes like the meat that you just cooked. Day number 4. You thought you could not have a smoothie anymore, but you can have a smoothie. Right? You can have a smoothie. You can have a smoothie, a spinach smoothie. You can get some protein powder, quarter to a half a banana, and some almond milk. If you don't like almond milk, use coconut milk. If you don't like coconut milk and you want to use regular milk, there you go. But once again, I'm adding this, and you'll see for the rest of the days that we do have something for breakfast. But once again, you do not have to have breakfast. As a matter of fact, you don't have to have any of the meals. You can have dinner. If you're doing a 24-hour fast, if you're having one meal, you can do dinner or you can do lunch. Like I have some of my older patients who say they get up at 10 and they have, a small brunch and then about 5 o'clock they eat again, and that's it. Done. All right. And then for lunch, you can have grilled chicken again. Now, chicken is kind of ubiquitous. It's everywhere, right? So you'll see chicken a lot. But you can once again substitute for in there the type of meat that you want. If you want to do fish, you can do that. If you want to do beef, you can do that. If you want to substitute tofu, once again, you can do that as well. Right? So grilled chicken salad, grilled chicken with mixed greens, avocados. You can put some nuts in there, some balsamic vinaigrette. And notice in both of these, we have that vinaigrette. And the vinaigrette is because of the vinegar, which inhibits the breakdown of carbohydrate. So we don't get that spike. Let's see. I do see. Let's hop over. Let me do that and grab some of these as we're going through. Let's see. Water. So I think I read that. Sherry said, you're definitely sharing some great information. Thanks so much. You're welcome, Sherry. Teresa said, what if you don't like breast? Okay, we talked about that. Is this true that tofu is not good for women? Teresa, that is a very good question. And you said particular thyroid. Now, so a lot of that has been debunked. So there was this thought back several years ago that tofu had some components, some compounds in it that were estrogenic, meaning that they acted like estrogen. And so there was a concern that women, actually it wasn't just women, it was everybody who have breasts, well, men and women, could develop breast cancer, one, and that it can affect the thyroid. But those studies have long been kind of debunked, that concept. What we tell people is you want to get, and this goes back to our idea of the meal that we're preparing, right? So 1 and 2 on that list says that you want to use whole foods and you want to minimize processed foods. So you want to get tofu that is as close as possible with the least amount of processing. Okay, so that's what you want to do when you're looking at tofu. But very, very good question. All right, so day number 4, right? So we've got that. And then supper, right? I think do supper. So we got some beef and vegetable kebabs, and they've been taken off of the kebab, so that's why they look like they do, with a side of cauliflower rice. Cauliflower rice. Now I did a video that I'm going to share with you guys at some point where we went through and made cauliflower rice and did some other things. But yeah. All right, the kebab, once again, beef, chicken, fish, boom. Day 5, y'all, day 5. So you'll see there we've got some cottage cheese or chia seeds with some pineapple chunks, right? You can put, some people like the cottage cheese. Some people say they can actually just do the chia seeds with the pineapple chunks, and they put milk, like almond milk, coconut milk, any of those, soy milk in it. So that's breakfast. For lunch, we've got some baked tilapia, once again with quinoa and parsley salad. Now, why do you see quinoa so often? Because we made it on Sunday. Right? So when you went shopping, right? So we've got chicken breasts that we can use multiple times. We've got quinoa that we can use multiple times. We've got some mixed greens that we can use multiple times. We've got bell peppers and maybe some almond milk that we can use multiple times. And we've got cauliflower. Notice what we've done. We've taken the concept of that meal and we've taken it throughout the meal. Now, what you don't want to do is don't want to do this to the point where you are bored. right? So we're not gonna do this every single day for every single meal, and then next week do the same thing. What I recommend is, as you're coming up with a meal plan, 7 days, right? Next week, come up with a meal plan, 7 days that has different stuff, different foods, or different versions, different ways of cooking. And if you want, you can alternate weeks. So one week we have one thing, next week we have something else, and then the third week we go back to this what we had the first week, and then the fourth week we go back to what we had the second week. Or an even better one is to come up with a three-week plan. And you just go through every 3 weeks, you change. And then you can alternate. You can say, oh, okay, this week we're not going to have the quinoa salad for breakfast. We're going to have it for lunch. We're not going to have the oatmeal there. We're going to have it here. So once you've created 7, that's 3 times 7, 21, right? Basically 21 meals is what you're going to be doing. If you do breakfast, lunch, and supper, and then you rotate it. We all eat about the same 35 to 50 foods all the time. When we had our show several weeks ago, we talked about introducing different foods to your palate so that you become comfortable eating those. Okay. So we got the baked tilapia, and then for dinner, for supper, we had turkey chili with a variety of beans, bell peppers, topped with a dollop of cream, whipped cream or cream cheese. Sorry, sour cream. I said cream cheese. Now the beauty in the chili is that you can do that with lots of different types of beans. You can do it with different types of meat. And if you're careful, right, some people actually put a lot of sugar in their chilies so that it takes away that tangy flavor, that tangy taste. If you're careful, right, and do it right, you don't have to use a lot of sugar in your chili or your soups. A lot of people use sugar in soups. Or sugar in their other meals that they prepare. You know, that's why it tastes so good at the restaurant, y'all. Oh, you thought they just cooked well? Yeah, some of them, they got some sugar in there or some sweetener. Day number 6. Look at that. You never thought you could have pancakes again. So whole grain pancakes topped with fresh berries and drizzled with a little bit of agave. What is the benefit? Well, let me back up. What's the benefit of the lifestyle, the meal, the changes that we're making? One of the benefits of it is that as we heal our body, we will be able to eat things that we may not have been able to eat before without having the same kind of spikes. And you guys have seen it here, right? When I come out of a fast, there are some things that I ate after the fast or the day after the fast that spiked my blood sugar, but that blood sugar came right back down within a couple of hours. That's the benefit of healing the body. And that's what we're talking about. Being able to do things that gets your body to begin working in the way it's supposed to work. Now, that does not mean that you can go sit in front of Dairy Queen or sitting in front of the grocery store and throw back like 2 gallons of iced tea and 5 gallons of ice cream and 5 cookies and 10, right? So you can't do that, because guess what? The blood sugars are going to go up, and we're going to start having those same kind of inflammatory markers again. But if you're careful, if you continue to do what you need to do to heal the body, then you'll be able to eat things like those pancakes. And notice I said whole grain pancakes, right? That's for breakfast. For lunch, we've got spinach and feta stuffed chicken breast. We got some roasted carrots. That one has some rice. You may not do rice. You may do something else. So as we're putting this together, notice what we're doing, right? We're picking up foods that are minimizing the spikes in blood sugar. Now, all the things that you've seen are substitutable, if that's a word. Is it okay? And then for supper we have some beef and vegetable stir rice with saba noodles. And then day 7, y'all. Day 7. Breakfast, we've got chia pudding made with almond milk. We've got some coconut that we put on there. It looks good. For lunch, we got a roast beef sandwich, turkey sandwich on whole grain bread with lettuce, tomatoes. You can put some mustard on there. And then for supper, look at that. Pasta primavera, you can do that with whole wheat pasta, a variety of seasoned vegetables, right? Some Parmesan on there, some olive oil. And we're cooking. We're doing this. Right? That is an amazing process. Look at all the food. Look at all the food that you get to eat. And that's real food, y'all. And you did it yourself at home. Right? You created it. You know what's in it. You get to control the portions. You get to control the things that you put in there because you're doing this at the house. Now let me say something, and we're going to hasten quickly and go through this part. So I was making up all these menus, right? Because I sat down and I'm creating it. And then I looked up and I said, hey, wait a minute. You know what? Some of this stuff I don't eat. Some of this stuff I don't like how it tastes. So then I said, okay, what is some food that I like to eat? Let me show them some of that. And so we all have food patterns that we like. And so here's some jerk chicken, right? I can have this for lunch or supper, right? I'm a Caribbean and by heritage. Some avocado, some vinaigrette, some mixed greens that you put on there. Right? So here's baked snapper with some lemon lime marinade. You can grill it, you can bake it, put it into some foil, stick it in the microwave, or stick it in the not microwave, but the toaster oven. And I can use that for breakfast, lunch, supper, anyone. How about dal? So that's a staple from where I come from, right? As a matter of fact, I might go make some right now. Now, here's the thing. You can make enough and you can eat enough to drive those blood sugars way up. So even in this portion control, remember we talked about portion as we started. And then pepper pot. So my dad, y'all, right? My dad was an amazing cook. And that was his signature dish. Pepper pot. I don't know how to, well, I shouldn't say I don't. I've made it, but it just, man, he passed away several years ago, and none of the 6 kids learned. Can you believe that? None of us. So we all keep trying. We haven't quite gotten it yet. We haven't quite gotten it yet. Right? So we all have things that we like. And this is what I talk about with substitution, right? So look at that. So down in the lower right, you'll see that's oatmeal, right? It's got some coconuts. It got some peaches, right? So it's got some bananas. So as you are looking at the food that you eat, let me impress upon you the importance of making sure that you're including in your meals things that you like to eat. Now, you may have to tweak it, like the pepper pot, it's sweet. Yeah. So you may have to tweak the recipe to get it in the form so that it doesn't cause as big a spike in your blood sugar. You guys saw, you may have, if you've been following me, I was in Jamaica for my birthday back in February, and we went out and we ate beef patties. I had 2 beef patties. and my blood sugar went up to 200 and some. But they were good. They were good. They were good. Let me hasten to say that. Right. So you'll have to tweak your recipe. And do you know what the beauty of all this is? And I tell people, this is the fun part. If there's anything fun about diabetes, is you get to see what your body does in response to food. Because there's no way to know unless you try it. Now, I'm not talking about going out and binging on whatever. But I didn't know what a patty was going to. I figured it was going to raise the blood sugar. And of course, I figured 2 of them would raise it even more. But, so that's my thing, right? But you may be from an Oriental, Asian background, right? Where there's a lot of rice and a lot of pasta, right? And a lot of things that are coated in sweet and sugar, right? It's a lot of sauces. Your job now is to figure out how to adjust those things so that they fit into your food, into your pattern. Oftentimes, we have people who come to us, come to me, come to the doctor, and we take them and we put them on quinoa, which nothing wrong with that, but that's what they don't eat that, right? Find something in your menu, something in your food. Often I'll tell people, go home and take a picture of everything you eat and bring it so I could take a look so we can together figure out how we can adjust some of the food so that you can have things you like, but things that still taste healthy and things that you're used to. Right? So you may be from the South, y'all. Right? Some black-eyed peas, some fried chicken. You got some cornbread. You got some fried okra or fried zucchini. We've got to figure out how to adjust those so that we can make this menu that we're talking about. So how do you make a 7-day menu? First, we follow those principles that we talked about at the beginning. And then now we go through our food and begin looking at different recipes that we have. How do we adjust it? Is it easy? No, because you have to look at the recipes. You've got to decide, this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to make a difference in my life and in the things I do in terms of making myself healthy. All right. So you may be from an Italian background. Once again, pasta and bread. How do we adjust those? How do we incorporate some of that into our meals? That doesn't mean you cannot have spaghetti or lasagna, right? Nobody's ever said that. At least I've never said it to you. But you got to tweak it. And maybe you can't have spaghetti 5 times a week. But guess what? That's what we do. So here, that's a good point for me to pause on. We make allowances, we make decisions, we make sacrifices in every other area of our lives. If you don't have enough money, you don't go out and buy new shoes. We sacrifice and say, hey, I can't get that right now. I'm going to get it down the road. We go to work when we're tired, when we're sick, when we'd much rather do something else. When somebody at home is sick, when there's something going on that we would prefer to be putting our energy at, we go to work because it's a thing that we have to do to be able to survive. One of the only places that we don't make those sacrifices is in our health. Right? We say, well, this is how I eat. I can't give up X. I really love the taste of Y. And all of those statements are valid statements. But if food has such a profound impact on our health, isn't it worth taking some time to figure out how to use this amazing power? Yep. All right. Or you want to get some soul food. And so we've got to adjust those recipes as well. All of those are things that can be done and things that should be done and things that must be done. The tools that we're using will help you along the way. The fasting, the vinegar, the retrogradation that we talked about, the mindful eating, all of those things help. But if we can come up with a menu that allows us to move in that direction more easily and still enjoy what we're eating, what an amazing time we can have, y'all. So how do you create a 7-day menu? That's it right there. That's it. Teresa said, in moderation, of course. Oh, she said, on the pancakes, I heard that maple syrup is good for diabetes. Is that true? Now, everything in moderation. Okay? So, yeah, everything in moderation. I guess I'll say that. And Teresa says, yum, yum, Jamaican food. Right. As I was creating, I was like, this is a bad time for me to be creating this talk because all this food and all this stuff is there, right? But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, y'all. What an amazing conversation. I love this. I love it. I hope that you are right now, right, processing and saying, okay, how do I go about making some changes in my personal life and in the things that I'm eating and the things that I'm going to do? Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what we do here. So let's talk about our platform. So educate, empower, and encourage. That's what I do here on the channel. All the shows, all the podcasts, all the blogs, the website, all of those things are with the intention of providing education so that you begin learning and understanding a little bit about how the body works, how food works, how we can reverse your diabetes. I empower by giving tools, right? The tools that we're learning, how to create a menu, how to fast, how to become emotionally intelligent, how to come up with your why about why you want to do what you want to do in terms of your health. All those are tools. And then encouragement comes from the community, which you are a part of. And I'm so excited that you have joined us and are a part of this community. Remember the things that push us in a direction to eat, right? So that's the HEAT model that we talk about. That is our habits, our emotions, access to food, and taste, right? That's what the shirt I've got on. The HEAT model. What are you doing? You in February or March. The goal, the challenge was to figure out which of these are the things that you struggle with the most. For me, I'll tell you, it's emotions, access, and taste. 3 of them. Right. Those are my 3 right there. That's my 3 kryptonites. Emotions, access, and taste. And so I'm working to improve that. And then our call to action, y'all. 1, join the challenges. Every month we have a challenge. Our challenge for this month is to create a meal, right, with these parameters, right? Whole foods. We want it to be minimize the processed foods that are in the meal. No sugar added. Some starchy and some non-starchy vegetables and foods. Healthy fats and lean protein. Tasty, and the appropriate portion size. This falls right in line with what we're talking about tonight in terms of making sure that we have the right amount of carbohydrates so we don't get those spikes, and that we're coming up with this meal plan that we do, right? So join the challenges. If you're joining us, if you're catching us, if you're finding us late in the year, that's okay. Start where you are. Right, put hashtag replay in the comments so we know that you're joining us, but just come on right along because we love to have you come alongside with us and work as we put your diabetes in remission and as we get you healthier. Number 2, share your story. When you show up, claim your seat. Say, I'm here. Ask questions. Let us know some of the successes that you're having. If you create your if you created your 7-day plan, go ahead and share that with us, right? I want you, the meal that you're creating for the challenge for this month, right? Go ahead, take a picture of it, right? Create a video, send it in, info@dwainwoodemd.com, info@dwainwoodemd.com. I'd love to share that so that everybody else can see where you are, what you've done, so that we can all celebrate with you. All right, so be here and share your story. When people see your successes, they get encouraged. When they hear what places you're having some struggles and some challenges, they know that they're not by themselves. And then invite somebody else. This community grows. This community gets better because of you. So share this information. There are now over 1 billion people on the planet that live with either diabetes or prediabetes. 1 billion. That's a lot. And you can be a voice to begin helping and sharing this information. Let them know. Say, hey, come, let's watch it together. Let's watch a show. Let's go through the challenge together. Form a group. Form a watch party. Take it to your church. Take it to your doctor's office. Right? We show these videos in my office over in the lobby. And you'd be surprised at the number of people that are coming along and saying, hey, I want to be successful as well. What do I need to do? How can I do this? I tell them, come on the show, right? Come to the YouTube channel. And on Thursday, 7 o'clock this week, 7 p.m. Central, we're having our next community meetup, right? Where you can come on and you can ask questions. We get to see each other's faces. We get to hear each other's voices. You guys hear my voice all the time, but I get to hear your voice, and you get to ask questions. So we're going to hopefully pick someone in the, we're going to go ahead, pick someone in the group, and we're going to do a coaching session right there. All right. So if you want to do that, go ahead and let us know, right? Let's see. And just a minute, we're going to, okay, I got to get that. I got logged out of the Zoom, so I'll grab that link here in just a minute, and I'll post it in the chat. Okay. All right. So make sure that you are there. Make sure that you come on Thursday. Yes, Teresa. So I'm going to actually send you a link that will get you directly in. Okay. So that's going to be our solution for you. Let's see. Give me just a second and I'll get that posted in the link. All right, but that's Thursday night, 7 o'clock Central, and it's gonna be we're gonna have a fun time, right? We're gonna meet up, we're gonna talk, we're gonna share some things there while we're there, and this link we're not sending it out to everybody, right? So you got to be on the show, watch the show to get it. So hopefully you are getting that. Okay, so let me go ahead and post it over here. All right, so there it is. Awesome. All right. Well, y'all, here it is. Here it is. Excited that we've talked about this this great issue, this ability to create a 7-day menu. Remember, right? Some things that you want to keep in mind: hydration, portion control, substitutions. Make sure you remember you can substitute. Preparation, right? Don't just show up. You got to plan. Adjusting the seasoning and cooking methods. Use different ways of cooking because you can get some different flavors that really help to enhance and to keep things. I don't want to say from, I guess I mean just say from getting boring. That's what we want to do because we don't like boring things. Okay. All right, y'all. So so we're going to be starting our fast coming up tomorrow night, and we'll be on Wednesday to to do a check-in. On Thursday, we'll be here for the meetup. And then on Friday, we'll do our breaking of the fast at the end of our 72 hours. As always, I'm glad to be here with you, to be in this space. This is Dr. Dwain Woode. Here on the channel, I educate. That's Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your healthier life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night, everybody.
And I'm the founder of Get Noticed with Video and the lead marketing strategist at Stream Like a Boss TV. I'm so honored that we get a chance to celebrate Dwain Woode, MD. I've enjoyed collaborating with him over the past few years and love his amazing content for a number of reasons. I have a lot of family members facing health issues, including diabetes. So if you haven't already, be sure that you check out his videos on mastering your health and reversing diabetes. Join his community where he educates, empowers, and encourages you to really live your best and healthiest life. I want to wish you the most happy anniversary ever, Dr. Dwain. I hope that you continue to make this impact on lives everywhere.
That feeling that somebody was watching you. You know, in the movies, when somebody's walking down the street and they don't hear footsteps, they don't see anybody, but there's just that feeling that somebody is right there. Well, guess what? There's somebody that's talking to us. In fact, our bodies are talking to us. And our bodies are getting a signal, and that signal is coming from our food, believe it or not. And so tonight we're going to spend some time talking about what is our food telling us. We've been talking about this health. Well, what is the message that the food that we're eating is giving us? Hey, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. If you're new to me, welcome. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. I'm talking to the adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we reverse your diabetes? How do we get you off of some of those diabetes medications? That's what we're doing in this process. A year-long series, New Year, New You. Glad that you're here. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. Just to say hello, and if you have messages, if you have questions, if you have comments, go ahead and drop those in the comments. With your questions, though, go ahead and put a Q in front of those so that we know that that is a question that we need to get to as we get through the evening tonight. Welcome to all of you, wherever you are tuning in from. We should be streaming right now to Facebook, to TikTok, to Twitter, to LinkedIn, of course, here on YouTube and on Twitch. I do see someone out there, and let's hop over and say hello, Steve. How are you doing? Glad that you are here. I see Steve over here. He's on YouTube, and I thought I saw Jennifer and Steve actually over on Instagram. Well, no, both of you are on. Okay, yeah, both of you are on YouTube. So welcome. Glad that you are here. So I think Jennifer logged in early before we even began the process, before we went live. So Jennifer, thank you for being here and hanging out with us. And Steve also, some of our community members. He says, top of the world to you, Steve. Glad that you're here. So hey, we have been talking this entire year so far about diabetes. How do we put diabetes in remission? How do we get better? And you guys know how we do it here on the show. I've got my monitor that we're going to show you here in just a minute. I've got my meter and I've got my reports. Actually, let me pull that up a little bit so you can see it a little better. And we'll see what those numbers are here in just a little bit, because while we are talking about putting a diabetes in remission, while we're talking about getting better, we want to see some results. We want to see some positive things that are going on. We want to hear your story. We want to hear where you are. And somebody said they were going to give us some good news today, so we're going to hold on to that. Don't give it to us yet. We're going to hold on to that right now. But we want to see what the numbers are. So you get to see what my numbers have been doing, my reports, my blood sugars, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. But you guys saw the flyer, right? So what is my food? What is my food telling me? You know, one of the big issues that we run into, and this goes back to our discussion, even as endocrinologists, we sit down and we talk. And when we are getting together at meetings, one of the questions that everybody wants to know is, why are we having the kind of issues that we're having with our diabetes? Why are we having the kind of issue we're having with metabolism? Right? And so today we're diving into a very intriguing aspect of nutrition, how each piece of food that we consume acts like a signal that orchestrates a specific response within our bodies. It's not just about the calories or the flavors. It's about understanding the deepest communication between our food and between our body, those metabolic processes, from releasing digestive enzymes to break down the food, so the secretions of hormones like insulin. Every food item we ingest sets off a chain reaction affecting how we metabolize nutrients and how it stores energy and even how it regulates our blood sugars. So that's how important this is. And that's what we're talking. So given this complex interaction between our food and our bodies, you might wonder, how exactly do we get these different signals? How do different foods affect us? And today we're going to unpack some of that and let us know, and we begin looking at some of the common things that we need to be aware of as we're moving through this process of getting ourselves healthy. Because we've talked about so many different aspects. You know, we've talked about how do we adjust medication. We've talked about how do we include fasting in our process. How do we go about changing medications? How do we decrease it? How do we adjust it? All of those things, very important. Last week we talked about putting together a menu, and the menu becomes even more critical as we understand how those things on that menu can affect our bodies. All right. So let's process. Let's go. Let's see. So when we talk about food, right? What I want to do is I want to go through 3 different components, and these are the macronutrients that we have, and you've heard them before, right? So we've heard proteins, fat, and carbs. So let's go ahead and let's pop over and let's take a look at this process. So proteins, the function of proteins, y'all. Proteins are vital for building and repairing. That's what they do. When you eat them, the body breaks them down into amino acids. That's the digestive process. We've got these enzymes that takes a piece. When you eat a piece of meat, like yesterday. Hey, you guys want to hear something? Yeah, I'm going to tell a story. So here's the story. So I wasn't fasting, right? I wasn't fasting, but I had eaten yesterday, and my son had some functions last night, and I came home, we sat down, he and I sat down, and we ate. And my wife comes home and she says, "Hey, are we going to go out tonight to dinner?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm full." But I said, "Yes." So we go out, and I'm sitting at the table, and the lady comes over, and my wife's ordering, and I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to eat a salad, because I really wasn't that hungry. I'm going to eat a salad. Maybe I'll have a piece of chicken on top of it. Maybe I'll have some salmon on top of it. And y'all, I started looking at the menu. Remember those triggers? Where's my trigger? Where's my trigger slide? Remember these guys? Right? Yeah. So anyway, so I'm sitting there and looking at the menu, and my wife orders her thing, and I'm getting ready to order a salad. And I looked and I saw those lamb chops on the thing, right? And I saw that ribeye. And my brain overrode my stomach and says, "Hey, You're at the restaurant. I mean, you guys do this once a week. You get to go out and enjoy yourself. We're listening to the guy playing on the piano. Might as well have. And so I did. I did get the salad, by the way. I got a salad, but I also got the lamb chops. So anyway, when I ate the lamb chops and I started swallowing it, the digestive enzymes in my body starts to break that down. And it chops it into amino acids. And those amino acids are what the body now uses, right, to process. It uses those to build and to repair. And the amino acids can synthesize other proteins. They synthesize enzymes. So those same enzymes that's breaking down the amino acid, when the amino acid is broken down, it can now turn around and make more enzymes. So everything from bone to liver cells to muscle cells to nerve cells, all of those things are what proteins do. And so if we don't get good proteins in, if we don't get all of those essential proteins, called complete proteins, these are things that we, when we eat a food, if it has complete proteins, I mean, it has everything that we need. If we don't get good proteins, then we can have problems in the body. And as we talk about how foods are affecting us, the processing that we do to foods, that we do to foods affects how their signal interacts with our body. So for example, proteins, if we denature the protein, break it down, then sometimes it makes the body makes it difficult for the body to absorb it, or makes it difficult for our enzymes to break those proteins down. And so now it inhibits the value of that protein to our body. All right, you get that? So they're supposed to be broken down. They're supposed to come into these small things called amino acids. But if we denature them, if we put them in a form that's not usable, then the body can't use them, and that causes other issues for us. Okay, proteins. Now, I talked about meat, but the same thing happens with proteins from other sources. For example, there's a lot of protein in vegetables, y'all. People don't think you can get protein from vegetables. But if you're vegetarian, if you're vegan, a lot of your protein actually comes from beans, legumes, from vegetables. So you can get enough protein from vegetable if you're a vegetarian and so forth. But just like you can denature proteins in meat, you also can denature proteins in those vegetables. And I was talking to somebody today, and I was telling them that you can actually have a meal that's all protein. Yep, meal that's all protein. Because he was asking, how do you not eat so that your blood sugars go up? One of the options is, right, and I'm not going to tell you to do this, but if you eat meat, if you eat proteins, then you don't have spikes in your blood sugar, right? You have minimal spikes. Okay, but that's a whole nother conversation. Okay. All right. So proteins. The next thing we want to talk about is how our body handles fats. So fats, the function of a fat is very important because it is actually the body's main storage source. It's the main way of storing energy. So when we digest fat, when we eat fat, it gets emulsified. That means it gets broken up and taken into the body, and then the body takes it, makes it into fatty acids and some other things, and then it stores it in fat cells. When we have processed foods, we get these artificial trans fats that are often found in those processed foods, and they can lead to heart disease. Okay, and we're going to see something here in just a minute as we talk about carbohydrates. So fats, the main storage source, we eat them, the body emulsifies them by bile that comes out of the gallbladder, and it takes it and it stores it if it needs to, right? So that's fat. When we talk about carbohydrates, these are the big guys. This is the body's main source of ready energy. That's what all the cells use for energy. When we eat them, they're broken down into smaller pieces called glucose. That's the blood sugar we all talk about. Right. So even when you eat table sugar, which is a combination of two different types of sugars, it gets broken down into one of the components is glucose. Now, what happens to that is when we eat it, either it gets used right away for energy, or it gets stored in the liver or fat cells or muscles, as glycogen, or it gets converted into glycerol and fatty acids, and it gets shuttled away into your fat cells. So when the liver is packed, when the liver has no more space to store glycogen, to store fats, it quickly shoves it out of the liver, it gets converted into these other components, and it goes into your fat cells. Right? So those are the macronutrients. We're not going to talk right now about the micronutrients and so forth, right? Some of them will come up as we go through the discussion tonight, but we're not going to talk about those specifically. But these are the main three guys. So anytime you eat food that has these three components, there is something in it that signals to the body that the body needs to start a cascade. So you put carbohydrates in your mouth, and as soon as the carbohydrates go into your mouth, the amylase, which is an enzyme in your mouth, gets signal, and it begins breaking it down. It gets broken down. Some of that sugar, some of that glucose gets absorbed, and it goes into the bloodstream. And that signal from the glucose in your mouth gets sent throughout the body. One of the places it hits is the pancreas. And the pancreas says, hey, I see sugar coming. It's not here yet, but I see it coming, so I need to release some insulin. Right? You put something on your mouth, and all this, the sensation of it, right? The taste of it signals to the body, hey, I need to make some acid. Right, when those proteins, when that piece of lamb chop hit my stomach, my body immediately started generating some enzymes because it's got to digest it, it's got to break it down, it's got to pull the stuff out of it so that I can begin absorbing it. So the signal for that comes from our food actually comes even before the food is fully digested in some cases. In fact, have you ever walked into a kitchen or walked into a building or walked into a location and you smelled the food and immediately your mouth started watering? Oh, yeah. Right? Because that sensation, that smell that comes from that food is a signal, hey, we're getting ready to do some stuff. We're getting ready to do some damage. And so the body gets ready for that. Right? So carbohydrates. So fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. Now that we've kind of talked a little bit about the function, right? And understanding how our food can communicate. Simply by eating it, it gets broken down. The enzymes are responding to those things. What we'll start doing now is kind of going through and talking about how some processing can affect the food. Because if it's affecting the food, then our food sends a different signal and our body responds a little differently to the food that we are going to eat. Okay? All right. So let's hop over and let's take a look at a little bit more about carbohydrates. So carbohydrates are three things that we want to remember about them and the reason we're going to spend some time here on carbohydrate is because they are the thing more than anything else that's going to affect our blood sugar, right? 'Cause we're talking about diabetes. How do we put diabetes in remission? How do we improve blood sugar? How do we lower our insulin? Remember, those are the three pillars. 1, decrease our insulin. 2, suppress our appetite. And 3, get rid of sugar. Right? So when we talk about carbs, we have simple carbs or complex carbs. Simple carbs are those carbs that are readily broken down into simple sugars. They lead to a rapid rise in our blood sugar. And when we have that rapid rise in our blood sugar, then we have insulin that comes out in response to that to try to blunt, try to decrease, to try to minimize the glucose. So if we're eating simple carbs and we continue getting those rise in our blood sugars and then rise in the insulin, that can stress our metabolism. Now, here's an interesting thing. So if I have someone who has metabolic syndrome, prediabetes, diabetes, right? And I take that person and their body is making a smaller amount of insulin than they need. They're diabetic, right? That's the nature of what diabetes is. Excuse me, guys. Right? So their body's not able to keep up with blood sugar for some reason, right? There's all kind of talk about what that is and so forth. But if I can get someone and say their body is still making insulin, but it's not able to make enough. If I can get them to shift the amount of sugar or carbohydrates that's in their body lower, maybe I can get them to the point where the insulin that their body's making is just enough for the carbs they're taking in. You guys follow that? So if I can decrease the amount of carbs that are coming in the system or the sugar that's in the body, maybe the amount of insulin that you're making is just enough to treat where your blood sugars are. So that's one of the beauties of understanding the carbohydrates. So simple carbs and then more complex carbs. These are foods that have more complex complex carbs, right? So they're not easily broken down. These are your complex wheat products. They don't have a readily broken glycogen chain, because remember, glycogen is just a series of carbs that are put together, right? So if you have more complex carbs, then it's harder for the body to break them down. And then we'll talk a little bit about fiber here in just a minute, but the fiber content may be higher. So glycemic index is a measure of the body's ability or the food's ability to raise your blood sugar. The faster it raises your blood sugar, the higher the glycemic index. The slower it raises your blood sugar, the lower the glycemic index. And we're always shooting for things that have lower glycemic index. Remember that? And then, of course, the fiber content. The more fiber something has in it, the lower the blood sugars are. That's why people talk about wheat versus white, because the wheat product supposedly still has a lot more fiber in it. That's why berries don't cause as big a spike in your blood sugar compared to melons, because berries have more fiber. Okay. All right. So let's talk a little bit about food processing. Food processing. So when we're processing foods, the method of processing is very important. And food processing, the definition of that is anything that we do to modify foods from its original state. Right? So anything that we do to modify it from its original state. That can be as simple as freezing it, drying it, pickling it, pasteurizing it, fermenting it, preserving it. All of that is called processing. And each method can affect the food's natural structure, its shelf life, nutritional profile, and ultimately the signal that the food sends to us. Right? Because remember our premise, anytime you eat food, the food goes in and the food within itself has a switch. It has a signal. It has a message to the body. Hey, I'm a carbohydrate. I need some amylase. Go break it down. I need some insulin to lower this blood sugar. Hey, I'm a protein. I need some enzymes to chop me up into amino acids. Or I'm a fat. I need to be emulsified, brought into the system, broken into or created into fatty acids and shuttled away into fat cells. Right? And then when the cascade begins, and let's go back and talk a little bit about the carbohydrates for a minute. So the carbohydrate, when you eat it, the amylase breaks it down, or it gets absorbed, goes into the body, it goes off, it says to the body, hey, I need some insulin. Right? The body takes it, and then the body has to make a decision. And the decision maker is the insulin. If insulin comes out, insulin's job is to store. So anytime you see insulin, insulin is going to try to store something. That's why we say we got to minimize the amount of insulin, because anytime the insulin is high, we're putting on weight. I don't care. You're going to put on weight. Right? One of the I guess I was going to say hidden secrets, but it's not hidden because you guys know. You're sitting out there. You're living it, right? I'm living it. I can take somebody who has a good blood sugar. Sorry, not good. I can take somebody who has a high blood sugar, 200, 300, 400, A1C of 14, 10, whatever. And if I put them on insulin, their blood sugar comes down and their weight goes up. The blood sugar gets better, but the weight goes up. One of the things that I've seen in my practice, okay, and this may be a bad time to talk about it, but hey, here it is, right? When we did a lot of pediatrics, what would happen is my young ladies coming to the end of the year, what do they want to do? They want to go to the ball. To the prom. They want to go to graduation. They want to fit in that dress. And you know what they did? They allowed their blood sugars to rise by not taking all the insulin they needed, so they could lose weight, so they could fit into the dress. And now, so let me say that I'm picking on the young ladies, but it's not just young ladies. Everybody does it. I remember going to my doctor once, this several years ago, right? And I walked in and he said, hey, your blood sugars are high. And he increased my insulin. I went home, I increased the insulin. And within a week, y'all, 1 week, I had gone up 12 pounds. You know what I did? Yeah, I turned that insulin down. I was like, no, this is crazy. Now I went back and we talked and he said, hey, yeah, we had a come to Jesus moment. I'm like, dude, we got to do something else. Right? Because I can't keep putting on this weight. Okay? But you guys get the idea. You guys get the idea. All right. Let's see, where were we? So we're talking about method, right? So processing methods, right? So anything that we do, that processing. So anytime we're changing the structure, changing the content, changing the form of a food, the signal that it gives is different. That's why when we talked about retrogradation in our food process last week, I said if you cook food and you eat it, so carbs, pasta, rice, potatoes, right, bread, if you cook it, eat it the same day, then your blood sugars will spike up, right? Makes sense. But if you take that pasta, take that potato, take that rice, you put it in the refrigerator, leave it overnight. When it cools, the structure of the carbohydrates that are in there, it begins to crystallize. And so when you warm it up tomorrow and you eat it, you don't get as big a spike in blood sugar, because what we've done, we have changed a property within we've changed the structure within the food, and it gives us a different property. All right. All right. So those are our methods, right? So different methods can cause different issues. So when we're talking about mechanical processing, cutting, peeling, grinding, milling, it makes foods more convenient to eat and to cook. But it can also strip away essential nutrients like fiber and grain, or like fiber in grains. Okay. So think about taking some wheat, right? In the old days, they would grind the wheat and they would make bread. And let's assume it's the same wheat. It's not the same wheat, though, by the way. They would make bread, and I don't know if you used to, when you were younger, used to eat bread, but the bread was a lot coarser, right? So when you ate it, it was like, sometimes you're like, man, did they grind this enough, right? Because it was coarser. Well, now we have the ability to grind that joker so finely, so small and tiny. I mean, we can crush that thing. What do you think happens when you crush it that small? Your body can absorb it a lot faster. right? Because it's just little itty microscopic particles. So as soon as it touches the tongue, guess what? It's in the bloodstream. When you eat bread that's made by that, with that, right? And the body starts breaking it down, those enzymes, they don't have a lot to do. As soon as they touch it, it's broken down and it's absorbed. And so we get that rapid spike in blood sugar. And as a result, we get the rapid rise in our insulin, right? So chemical processing. So chemical processing is adding, preservatives, things to add flavor, to enhance it, colors, and other chemicals that help with prolonged shelf life, which is great because we're able to, you can go to the store in winter and get whatever that usually is there in the summer because now we've processed it and we've preserved it. But it's not so great in some cases because there's certain things that's in the processing that sends a signal, not only the contamination of the chemical itself, but now we've changed the structure of the food, which is why a lot of people, I won't say that here. I'll come to that in just a minute. Okay? So chemical processing. And then heat treatment. So pasteurization, sterilization, vital for safety. And I guess that's one of the points I want to make. The things that we're talking about, a lot of the things we're talking about were beneficial to us as humans, right? We pasteurized things, and so now we didn't get sick. We sterilized it, so now we took out the bacteria, right? So we've got safety. But the sterilization, the pasteurization, the heat can denature the proteins and make it difficult for our bodies to use them efficiently. Not that they can't use them, but use them efficiently. And so we can run into lots of other issues when we use all of these different techniques. Okay? So what's the nutritional impact? And this is, I guess, what we were just talking about. So one of the nutritional things, so low nutrition, loss of nutrients. So many processing techniques, they degrade the nutrients in the food, so that while we were supposed to get things like vitamin D and vitamin C, right, and zinc, which we'll talk about in a minute, then those things are destroyed because those, for instance, vitamin B and C, they're heat sensitive. So all those places where you see they take the food and they like super steam it or super boil it, or they put it on the fire, or it's in that big vat and it's like hot, right? So a lot of those things, it strips out the nutrients. Refined grains, right? Often they remove the fiber, they remove vitamins, and that's why they got to put stuff back in, because they've taken it out. And so when you eat that, the signal that the body gets, the message that the body gets, is different from the message it's supposed to get. Okay, and of course the additives, they contain things like nitrates, which have been associated with cancer. The trans fats, as we just talked about, right, hydrogenated. They hydrogenate the food, and this can lead to heart disease. Right, and then glycemic index. So we'll see here in a minute when we talk about the specific example that we're going to use, that you raise the glycemic index. So the food itself, it may not have had that higher glycemic index, but we processed it, and now the glycemic index goes up. So when we eat it, we get a big spike in blood sugar and big spike in our insulin. So health implications. We increase the risk of chronic disease. So a lot of chronic disease has been associated with processed foods. Right? So increased risk of chronic disease, obesity, heart disease. You've always hear me say here on the channel that in the past we had problems with infection. We had problems with trauma. So you got injured and you were sick and you died, or you got injured and you had morbidity, you had a broken leg or so forth. But now the things that are causing us to die and be sick are things that are related to our lifestyle, related to specifically, a lot of cases, our food. So increased chronic disease. So digestive issues, right? So the lack of the fiber. So when we take that fiber out, then the food, we start to have different issues in our GI tract, constipation, and disturbing the gut flora, which is one of the reasons a lot of people are saying that smoothies are not good. Because when you take that food, whatever the fruit is or the vegetable that you grind it up, what you've just done is you've changed the structure. You've actually obliterated the fiber. People say, "Oh, there's a lot of fiber in my smoothie." Not really, right? Because you've crushed it up so finely that there's really not the fiber that you need. And then of course chemical contamination, right? So we introduce contamination. The packaging, right? You guys talk BPA and all those plastics. They leach into the food and they can cause issues, right? One of the things in my area as an endocrinologist is a lot of the foods that we eat, a lot of the contaminants that we eat, a lot of the chemicals that we use affect hormones. And hormones are very sensitive. All right, whole nother conversation. But yeah. So we're going to take a special focus and we're going to talk about wheat, right? Special focus on wheat. Well, so this provides a perfect example of how food ulceration can impact our health. So the modern wheat processing often involves removing the bran and the germ and mainly leaving the endosperm, right? Bran's gone, germ is gone, we got the endosperm. And this results in what we call white flour. And the white flour, it results in white flour that doesn't have all those other things. So we don't have the whole grain. Some of the vitamins are gone, and some of the minerals are gone. And some strains of wheat have been hybridized to increase the yield. And this is the beneficial part. Let me say that to you. So a lot of things that we've done in terms of our food is to bring benefit. So we did it, for instance, when we talk about wheat, we'll see that we've increased the gluten content. We have certain strains of wheat that are hardier. They can support more. They can grow more. They can have high yield. But if I increase the gluten in foods, then you've heard of people who have gluten intolerance or gluten sensitivity or gluten allergies. Well, what do you think happens if I increase the gluten in foods? Now, one of the arguments that has been made is that the reason that we have so many people that have intolerance, allergies, and so forth, and a lot of these allergy and immune system disorders is because we've modified the food and the food is more allergenic. So for example, let's say that you had a gluten predisposition, but you ate wheat from back in the day, which wasn't hybridized, it wasn't a DNA adjusted, it wasn't anything, it was just regular wheat that came out of the ground. Well, maybe you didn't have a reaction to it. But if I now take a wheat that's created that has a higher gluten and you start to eat that, that sends a signal to your body, and the body say, hey, I don't like that. This stuff that was there before, I was just barely tolerating it. But now you gave me a whole lot more of that. Okay. So anyway, some strains. All right. So how has gluten been modified? How has wheat been modified? Number one, has been hybridized. Right? It's been crossbred to develop more hardy, if you will, strains. That is strains that can support, they can live in harsher climates. So we've been able to, they say, feed the world, right? So we can make more, we can grow more. And what we do, we combine the more desirable parts of different foods. You eat it, right? So now it grows better. We've modified it genetically, right? So some wheat has been genetically modified to give specific traits. For example, gluten. And we'll talk about why we did that, or why, one of the reasons why that's good, or why we did it, maybe. And then dwarf wheats. So some of the semi-dwarfs. So these wheat, they used to grow pretty high, and they've developed wheat that is shorter. And because it's shorter, when they make the bigger wheat germ on the top, it doesn't lay over, and it doesn't die, and it doesn't sag in the water. So we've developed wheat that allows us to grow bigger, a higher yield without losing the plant, which, right, was a good thing. But it has other issues. And then, of course, we have the pesticide-resistant wheat that we've created. So in order to be able to kill the grass and the weeds that were growing up around the wheat so that we can have a high yield, we had to use pesticides to kill the insects and kill the weed that's around it. Well, when we did that, the wheat also died. So what they did was they went in and they genetically engineered, crossbred, changed the DNA of the wheat to be able to tolerate the pesticides. So now we can spray and the weeds will die, the insects will die, but the wheat doesn't die. Now, sure, that's a great thing, I believe, maybe. But what does the genetic manipulation do to the signal, the message that the wheat is giving my body? And now I'm able to use the pesticides without worrying about the wheat. So now the wheat is contaminated with the pesticides. You guys get the idea? Yeah. So lots of different things that are going on there that may be beneficial on the surface. But once again, we're talking about that signal, and I want to come back to that signal. I always want us to remember what we're talking about. And I'm not intending to demonize any process, but I want us to understand that if we are going to be healthy, right? Because we live in this world, and I guess I'll make that point in a minute. We live in this world, and so there are some things that we can't change, but we have to navigate in this space. Okay? And that's a big point in all of your health issues. There are things you can't change, but you got to be able to navigate in that space. So how do you do that? And that's what we'll keep talking about. Okay. All right. So next, let's talk a little bit about some of the processing that goes on in our food. Processing. Number one, refinement. We refine grains, right? Remember, we're talking about grains. We refine grains. How do we refine grains? Well, we crush it. We take off the shell, right? The grain, as we said, we end up with the endoderm, right? We get rid of the fiber. Sometimes the vitamin gets taken out. The minerals are gone. And the glycemic index goes up. Listen to this, y'all. Yeah, herbicides. Sorry, yeah, I said herbicide. I said pesticide. But herbicides for the weeds, pesticides for the pests. Thank you, Jennifer. So listen to this. If I take wheat, it has a certain glycemic index. If I strip away all the fiber, my glycemic index goes up. So now when I process that and I put that in my body, automatically I get a big spike in my blood sugar. And what do we say we want to do? We get a big spike in our insulin. And what do we say we want to do? We want to decrease insulin. We want to minimize our appetite. And we want to get rid of sugar. So if we get this thing that has a higher glycemic index, my blood sugar spikes up quickly. When my blood sugar spikes up quickly, then my insulin has to come out, or I have to take more insulin. So I get a higher insulin level in my body. Because I have higher insulin, then my appetite is stimulated because that's what insulin does. So by eating something that was processed, I negated the 3 pillars that we just talked about. Sugar goes up, insulin goes up, appetite goes up. And then, of course, added sugar, right? A lot of things that we do when we're processing now, we add sugar. So cereals, breakfast bars, all the things. Like, I'm trying to think, does anybody know of a breakfast that really is not sweet? I mean, unless you're eating something savory, right? You got some ham, some bacon, like those of you who eat ham, bacon, you got some sausage, you got some eggs, right? But I had a very good person to tell me today, well, you can't just eat meat. So I know sometimes, yeah, there's meat, there's carbs in there, right? Because you got to have that biscuit or that toast. So that increases the calories. Right? And then, of course, we extrude things. So this extrusion is the process of taking foods and creating it in those different forms. You know, like the cereal flakes, and you see those, if you go on the internet, you see those machines where they kind of blow it out and it comes out like a curl, or they blow it out, comes out like a flake, or they blow it out and it comes out as whatever, right? You can make those different forms, like all those cakes, right? Where it's coming out that little thing, right? And they chop it and they stuff it, right? All those are extrusion, and that has to do with heat, and the heat denatures. And of course, pulverizing. And this is what I was talking about before. We are able to pulverize food so much more finely now. Almost upon when you, like back in the day, when you took some flour and you kind of rubbed it through your finger, you could almost still feel flour in there, right? Now you take some flour and you rub it, you almost don't feel anything. It's like silky. Try that. Go to the pantry and grab some flour, unless you have wheat flour. And all these things give our body different signals. So gluten content and composition. This is what we're talking about as an example. So modern wheat has a higher gluten content. And gluten is a protein that gives dough its elasticity. And this may contribute to the prevalence, as I was talking about, of our allergic conditions. And the modern wheat, right, the varieties that we have is used in making bread, might have more gluten, about 10 to 15% more compared to the old ones, 10 to 15% more. So why y'all? Why did we do this? Well, what's one of the benefits of having it? Why? Well, baking. Because remember, it gives it the elasticity. In the old days, when you make bread, the bread crumbled. But now we can take flour and we can mold it and we can shape it and we can pull it and we can stretch it into all kinds of different forms. We get better texture. Right? So there are even gluten products, right? Gluten that you make products from gluten. You can make a patty from gluten. You can make a loaf from gluten. You can make all kinds of things from gluten. You couldn't do that and have it have the same kind of texture as it does now. So that elasticity, that pullability, right? And the industrial processes, now you can form gluten into anything you want and it will retain that shape. So there's a manufacturing, there's an industrial, there is a desirability that goes with having the higher gluten content. But, as I said, the modifications cause a higher GI, it causes quicker absorption, and the modern wheat has a glycemic index of 70 to about 75, whereas the older ones have glycemic index between 50 and 60. And remember, 50 or 60 is what we talked about when we talked about finding foods with that glycemic index. That's where we want to be. But the other ones are much, much higher. Mineral bioavailability. So there are certain substances in your body, in the food, in the wheat, that will hold on to minerals that you need, like zinc and iron and magnesium and calcium. And so when you eat it, even though they may have put it back in the food, because it has these acids that bind these minerals, you don't absorb them. And so you can be actually deficient or decreased, or not necessarily deficient, but low in certain minerals and vitamins. So what do we do, y'all? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And we're going to come back to that in just a minute. Let me do a couple of shout outs, see who's out there. Let me come back up. I saw people saying hello. So Jennifer says, hey, Steve. Dimitri says, hi. Hey, Dimitri, man, what's up? Let me change this one here. Steve says, hi, Dimitri. And Jennifer saying hi. Teresa saying, hi, everyone. Doctor has at an early event, so I am going to watch the replay. Hey, Jennifer, Teresa, thank you for coming by. Glad you were here. Jennifer says hi to Teresa. Jennifer says, my hubby has been listening over my shoulder for the past few weeks. Yesterday, he increased the garden by 12 feet. There you go. Let me give it. I love it, love it, love it. And Jennifer says, yes, celiac. And then she said herbicide. Yeah, thank you. Herbicide for the weeds. Steve says, on 2/22, I learned about fasting and controlled my blood sugar. My A1C was 6 at that point. My desire was to eliminate much of my pharmaceutical products. I have eliminated all my insulin use. What? Boom, 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 boom. There you go. There you go. Steve, my man. That's what I'm talking about right there. Ooh, he says my A1C is now 5.1. Look at that, y'all. New year, new you. Don't tell me it can't be done. There it is right there. Steve, thank you for sharing that. And that's why this is so exciting to me, right? Because you get to come on and you get to see that somebody's actually doing it, that it's actually working for people, that is actually doable. And if he can do it, I can do it, right? If he can do it, I can do it. Mine was 6.1. So, Steve, you just throw the gauntlet down, dude. I'm coming after you. He said, this week we eliminated Januvia for my list of drugs. I have lost 10% of my body weight. What, man? Steve, I got to keep giving you some hand claps and stuff right there. And Jennifer says, fantastic, Steve. Congratulations. Man, Steve, I'm so proud of you. Right? Folks, that's what I'm saying right there. Okay? And it is a step at a time. And I love what you said there, Steve, that you says, back in January, it was this. Now, so we've moved, right? So we're in April, and he is moving in the direction that he wants to go. And that's the process, y'all. It is a process. That's why we are new year, new you this entire year. New year, new you. Glad that. Man, look at that. Some goosebumps. Awesome. All right. So what is our plan, right? So what's the plan? What do we want to do? Because we live in this world. It is, as they say, it is the way it is. But you can make decisions. You can make changes in your life. All right. So, y'all. So, let's take a look here quickly at blood sugar. Right. So that's my blood sugar right now, 104. See what my Dexcom says. It was 117. And as you guys know, my whenever I'm talking here, my report always times out because it has a certain time, and I talk and it goes out. So I'm going to log back in here really quickly. So give me just a second to do that, and we're going to look along and see what's been going on blood sugar wise. But if you have questions, go ahead and drop those in the chat. This is your time. This is your space when you can do that. And remember what our challenge for this month has been. The challenge for this month has been for you to create a recipe that follows these parameters. Whole foods, right? So we're minimizing the processing that we're doing, and that goes right along with what we're talking about here tonight. Number 2, no added sugar. Once again, right along with what we're talking about here tonight. Right? We want to have some starchy vegetables, some non-starchy vegetables, right? That helps us to minimize the sugar. We want to have healthy fats, lean protein. We want it to be tasty, y'all, because if it's not tasty, guess what? I'm not eating it. And we want it to be appropriate portion size, because we eat too much with respect to portions, right? So we want to make sure that you're doing that. And that's our challenge for this month, right? We got one more week for what we're going to be seeing. All right, so let's hop over. So this is, let's take a look here. So, okay, here we are. So blood sugars, right? So this is my report, and this is my report for the last 14 days. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change it to 90 days so you can see what that has been. Right, so the last 90 days, my average blood sugar is 114, as you see there on the screen. And let me get my, let's see, let's do this one. We can see a big one. Okay. All right, so 114 is my average. I'm in range 96% of the time, and the time in range that's 70 to 180. You see that down there at the bottom. 70 to 180. And this thing says that if I continue this, then my A1C is going to be 6.0, right? So now that Steve's thrown down the gauntlet, okay, everybody, that's what we're going to be doing, right? We're heading for Steve. Steve, we're coming after you, man. Okay. And then let's take a look at our daily graph so you can see what's been going on, because there are a couple of things here I want to show you. So as you remember, I ended my fast right here at 6 o'clock on Friday and started eating. And by midnight, we were at 106. Coming into the next morning, we were 107, 107, 107. And so I brushed my teeth. And then we had, actually I was on the media team. And so that's probably a little stress right there. And we came back down, and then I had had lunch with the family right around here. And so blood sugar started to go up, went up to about 155, came back down into the 120s by midnight. Sunday morning, right? So we're still up at 130s, 130s, 150s, 160s right there. And then back down, and then right around here is where I ate. And notice that right, lamb chops and salad. Look at that. 130s, 140s, 150s, right? And then, of course, today, 130s down into 190s right there. And then I had to change my sensor because it expired. And so we've been kind of riding in the 130s, 140s. Right? And so if you guys remember, what I've said to you is no insulin, and actually no Manjaro, because Manjaro is out. If you're on Manjaro right there right now, you know that you haven't been able to get it for at least 4 or 5 weeks. So I think my last Manjaro shot was about 5 weeks ago, right? So we're heading there. And so as we are talking about blood sugars, and as we're talking about putting diabetes in remission, and I say this to all of you, if you are taking a GLP, the question that I have to ask you, and the question I want you to answer, is what are you learning in the process of being on it, so that if it goes away, the insurance doesn't pay for it, you can't tolerate it anymore, you can't afford it anymore, what are you learning that is going to help you maintain where you are. Right? Because remember, that's our goal. Our goal is not to just do this for 5 minutes and then go back. Our goal is to develop a lifestyle that we can do for the rest of our lives. Okay? And so let's hop back over and let's talk about what do we do in terms of processing food, right? So number one, you want to choose whole foods. That's why that challenge was there, right? Was to begin getting you to think about the process. Whole foods, things that are as close as possible to their original form. Even though some of it is modified, right? We want to continue as close as possible to its original form. Number two, right? You want to read labels carefully. Read labels carefully because there are things that they'll tell you. For example, if you read a label and the first thing that you read is sugar, guess what? That's probably not one that you want to include in your cart or in your diet, right? So read those carefully. We'll come back and we'll have a show at some point where we talk about going through labels, right? Cook at home as much as possible, right? So there are times when you're going to go out. And when you go out, you've got to be able to choose the things that are healthy for you, right? Like last night, the lady came back after we finished. You know, we ate up the lamb chops, we had the salad, and we sitting there, my wife and I are talking. She come back and said, "Did you guys save space for dessert?" And I almost beat her away from the table. Say, "Yes, I did, but no, go away because I can't have any dessert," right? But cook at home. Shop local produce, right? Find places, like we have farms around here. Find places where you can go and find out from them, hey, how do you process your stuff? What do you do? And begin buying from them. Encourage them. Because if not, guess what's going to happen? Right? If the other people are using the pesticides and the herbicides and they are getting higher crops and they're getting more money, the farmer, the little guy who is trying to be organic is going to stop because he can't afford it because nobody's coming to buy. So patronize your farmers. Minimize sugar and salt intake. Minimize sugar and salt intake. Most of us drink all of our calories. So all those sodas and juices and all those things, right? So let me hop back over to whole foods. Now, I'm not going to knock smoothies, but eat an apple instead of juicing it. All right? Educate yourself, y'all, on food techniques. Food techniques. Last week we talked about preparing a meal. Grilling, right? So grilling and baking and sauteing and all those things so that you can begin developing and utilizing different flavors of foods. So it's not as monotonous. Support regulations and transparency, right? Get out there and in your local area, find out what's going on. There are initiatives that are coming through. You can vote. You can be a part of the process, right? Support your folks. Support your legislation that is in keeping with what we are dealing with and what we want to do. Use healthier cooking methods, right? If you drop it in batter and put it in the fryer, right, you're going to have one thing compared to if you bake it. Right? Now, somebody's going to say to me, well, some things just don't taste well if you don't drop it in the fryer. Well, that's probably true. But we're working on improving our taste. And then you all eat a balanced diet. Because if you are well-rounded, you're getting all the nutrients and all the vitamins and all the minerals and the right amount of protein, and you're getting complete proteins, and you're getting all the fat that you need, good fat. All those things are there. And I want to give a special shout out and a special thought to my vegetarians and my people who are vegan, right? Don't let anyone convince you or tell you that you're doing something wrong. You can be just as healthy on a vegan diet. You can get all the protein, a vegan or a vegetarian diet, you can get all the protein you need. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay. All right. So y'all, let's talk, right? So how do we do it, right? Part of our thought of the day dealt with our triple E formula for success. Educate, we empower, we encourage. You guys heard that, right? Providing the shows, providing the website, providing the podcast, providing the blogs. All of those things are the education. We got to change our thought process, change our minds. The tools that we're learning, all those things, right? The heat model, which we'll come to in just a minute. The emotional intelligence, just being able to be aware of where you are. And the things that are driving you to eat a certain way or to be a certain way. Adjusting your medication, just like Dimitri said that he did. Not Dimitri, but Steve, sorry. Right? Steve said he did. Right? Learning that process. How do you do that? Talk with your doctor. If you're one of my patients, you know that I talk about that. I say, hey, this is what we want to do. I teach you how to do that. But talk with your doctor and say, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to improve my health. I want to begin working on decreasing the medication. Now, that means you got to be doing your part, right? Because your doctor is not just going to tell you to stop medication. You got to show that you're getting benefit. And remember the things we're doing. We are decreasing insulin, suppressing our appetite, and decreasing sugar. The tools, that's the empowerment. And of course, the encouragement comes here on the show, in the community. When we have our meetups, come on out, ask questions, be a part of that. We had a great meeting last week at our second meetup. Right? Keep an eye out for the one that's coming up in May. Right? It's going to be there. The heat model, one of the things that I'm pushing, and the reason I'm pushing this, guys, is this is the thing. These are the things that are going to derail us. The habits. Went out last night with my wife, sitting at the table. Wasn't hungry, but because we're at the table, that's what we do. We eat. So I got the lamb chops. They were good, by the way. Emotions. Angry, lonely, tired, bored, frustrated. When we do that, we eat. People say to me all the time, I'm an emotional eater. Let's figure out how to let's figure out how to fix that. How do we deal with emotions in a different way? Access. There are things I can't buy. I've agreed. Jennifer, Teresa, if you guys are out there, you remember we had our last meetup. I said I was going to buy those almonds. I bought them. Jennifer, I bought them, Teresa, and they are gone. And some of those blood sugars that you saw were like in the 130s, 140s over the last several days. Those are almonds and cashews. But they were there. I bought them. I brought them in the house. And I said to myself, here's the trick, y'all. We'll say to ourselves, you know what? This is not as bad as the candy I used to eat. Right? But guess what? Right? For some of us, there are some things that we eat that will spike our blood sugars up just as much as candy. So you got to be careful. Right? You got to be careful with them. And then taste. The perfect combination of sugar, salt, and fat. That's what the manufacturers do. The bliss point to get you to say, I can't just have one. I'm going to have 2 of those donuts. I'm going to have 5 of those candies. I'm going to have 2 of those candy bars. I'm going to drink 2 of those bottles of soda. And then the tricky thing there, the insidious thing there, is that the taste reminds us of some of the emotions. Right? So it kind of feeds back on itself. And then y'all, our call to action. Number 1, come on, join the challenges. Don't just let the shows be things that you listen to that you put on the shelf. Engage with them. The challenges that we have, the things that we're doing on a monthly basis, get in there and do them. Like I said, the challenge for this month is to create a meal that falls into these parameters. Whole foods. Minimize processing. No sugar. Starchy and non-starchy vegetables that are in there. Right? Healthy fats, lean protein, tasty and appropriate portion size. Be a part of the group. When you come share your story, like Steve did, to let us know we can do it. And when you have challenges, come on. Don't keep those to yourself either. Let us know, because we know we're not by ourselves and we can encourage you. You can encourage us. It's a process. The show, the program, the community is as strong as you are. When you come here, you make the community strong. That's why I love being here, because you guys are part of my accountability. Right? When I pull up these reports, I can't have blood sugars going crazy. Or I can, right? But I am encouraged to not do that. You don't think I wanted that dessert that the lady asked me about last night? I sure did. But I said if I ate that dessert, there's gonna be like 300. And Steve's gonna say, Dr. Wood, what'd you do? Jennifer's gonna send me a text. I said, what happened over there? And then y'all invite somebody else. Don't keep it to yourself, right? There are so many people that can benefit. So many people that are out there that are struggling. They're frustrated. They're tired. They don't know what to do. They're lost. And you can say to them, hey, there's this place that I go. There's this stuff I listen to. There's this things I've been doing. Come, let's watch it together. Form a group party. Form a chat within your house. Get some of your family members together, your church people. Say, hey, let's go watch this. Let's do it. And if you're out there right now, and let me do this so I can talk to you directly. If you're out there right now and you just found this, and you say, oh my God, they're 3, 4, 5 months in. Or even if you found this next year, you're like, oh my God, they're way behind me. I'm lost. No, start where you are. Start watching the shows and start implementing the things that you're hearing. Because they're timeless principles. But let somebody know what's going on. Send them the link. As my pastor says, be a digital disciple. Even if you're on the Android anointing, go ahead and do that. Copy the link a couple of times, send it out. Share it with somebody. Send them an email. Right? If you go to the YouTube channel, you'll be there, and if you hit share, it'll come up and it'll bring up all of your social media things that you can share it to Facebook and TikTok and Twitter and all those different things. Yeah, but other than that, just copy the link. Send it out to somebody. Let them know that they can come and they can watch. Okay? But as always, y'all, I can't tell you how proud I am of all of you that are out there, all of you that are on this journey, all of you that have been fasting, all of you that have been trying to work on your emotional intelligence, talking about the whys, trying different cooking methods, right? Trying to create the recipe, because you don't have to do that. But you've made a decision that this year is not going to be like last year. Come next year, you're going to be better. And for that, I'm so, so, so excited. I see Diane. Diane says, I'm so glad I found you on this. Diane, glad that you are here. Thanks for coming through and being with us. Y'all, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. As always, excited to be in this space and excited to be talking with you. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level and create the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you on one of our check-ins as we begin our fasting in a couple of days. Bye-bye.
Hey, Pete, what's good, family? Welcome. I'm here to tell you how proud I am about my friend, Dr. Dwain Woode. Happy anniversary. I've had the opportunity to collaborate with him and enjoy his amazing content. If you don't know that yet, go ahead and check him out. He's really amazing at, releasing videos that will teach you how to really take control of your health and reverse diabetes, right? Even better, go ahead and join his community so that you can learn best ways for you to live your healthiest life possible. Dwain Woode, man, I'm proud of you. This is to be expected. You're doing amazing things. And again, I want to say congratulations. Better things ahead. Keep crushing it. And I'll see you guys later. Peace.
And I'm here celebrating with you. Happy anniversary to Dwain Woode, MD channel. And to all of you that are part of this wonderful community, happy New Year, New You. I hope you've had the best year so far. And I'm just so, so happy to be able to celebrate and congratulate you guys, to congratulate you, Dwain, for another wonderful year bringing so many wonderful tips about diabetes and how to live a better life. And even for those people that are like me, I don't have diabetes at this moment in time, but I get so much out of this channel, the cooking tips, the community, so many things. And I send lots and lots of my friends to this channel to join in the community to help and support your journey with life with diabetes and how you can change and empower yourself. That's one of the wonderful things I love about Dwain and Dr. Dwain, is giving us control of our lives and our health. It's so important. So happy, happy, happy anniversary and congratulations.
Always am interested when people are showing me how to do something. And one of the questions I get asked all the time is about food. And in fact, this entire month, we've been talking about food as it relates to diabetes, as it relates to our health, and as it relates to metabolic syndrome. And so tonight, you're going to get to see some of the things that I have been making. And we're going to spend some portobello mushroom steaks, some sauteed tofu. We're going to do some garnishing. Yeah, we're going to have a good time. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we get you off of medication? Improve your metabolic health? How do we deal with your weight? In fact, how do we reverse your diabetes? That's what we're talking about in this year. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And to just say welcome to the community. If you have questions as we go through the evening, go ahead and put those in the chat and make sure you put a Q in front of them so I know that that's a question that I need to get to. For all of you who are out there, we welcome you to the show tonight, wherever you're joining us from, whether it's here on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X, whether you are on LinkedIn or Twitch, any of those platforms, we welcome you here tonight as we move into the show. I'm excited about this, y'all, because you remember what we've been talking about for this month. What's been our challenge? Our challenge has been to create a meal that falls into these categories, right? So whole foods, not a whole lot of processed foods. We want to make sure that it is no sugar added, starchy and non-starchy vegetables, healthy fat, lean protein, tasty, and appropriate portion sizes. That's what we're talking about. That's been the challenge. And we're here, y'all, at the end of the month. Can you believe it? Another month in the books. That's right. We are right here at the cusp of the end of the month of April as we move into May. Those of you out there around the country who are having some bad weather, our hearts go and our prayers go out to you. I know one of our community members kind of sent me a message that they were having some weather issues. So we are keeping you in mind, and I want you all to remember to stay safe, right, in wherever you find yourselves. If you're out there, go ahead. If you've been following us, let us know where you are, right? That's part of this whole process. If you've been fasting, let us know how often you've been fasting, how many hours you've been able to fast. If you've cooked your meal, if you've created the meal, go ahead and send us a picture or a video, info@dwainwoodemd.com, info@dwainwoodemd.com, so that we can share that with the rest of the community members. If you are having some places where you are finding yourself stuck, don't think that you are by yourself. Go ahead and share those with us, because we would love to be able to encourage you and to say to you that it can be done. If you've been on the show, if you've been watching us, you know there are people who are coming on to let us know that they've made significant strides, not in just the blood sugar, but also significant strides in all of the things that we are talking about in terms of our metabolic syndrome. And remember that metabolic syndrome doesn't just cover diabetes. There are all kinds of other medical issues that people face in terms of the metabolic health, whether it's high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, obesity, and on and on and on. And you, in this space, will find a place where you can be successful. All right. I do see some folks out there, so let me just say hi really quickly. So Jennifer is out there. Jennifer says, howdy, y'all. Jennifer, thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. Steve is saying hello. Glad that you are here. And then Shireen, hey, from New York, y'all. She's saying good evening, everybody, from Brooklyn. Shireen, thanks for hanging out with us here. And then those of you who are on other platforms, just hello, say hello. If you know someone who's out there who's not here right now, go ahead and send them the link and let them know that we are having a good time. All right, y'all. So you guys saw what we are planning to do tonight. We're talking about cooking with Dr. Woode, okay? And I went into the kitchen and I cooked a few things, and we're going to spend some time looking at those and walking through that process tonight. And we're going to share with you some of the recipes that I've been doing, right? So portobello mushrooms, tofu. Now, we are a big tofu house, right? So we eat a lot of tofu. Yeah, we cook tofu every single week. There's something on our menu that we eat with tofu, and it's typically, and you'll see as I do the tofu, you'll see what that looks like. And this is typically how we start the process. Okay, what we're doing, we're starting the process. And the other point I want to make is, as I'm making these different dishes, I am creating kind of the base, and then we'll come back and show you how we garnish that and what we do here as we get into the show tonight. So the first thing that we want to talk about is we're going to talk about making some tofu. Right? We're going to talk about tofu. Now, tofu is a wonderful, versatile thing that you can do. Okay. Particularly for, and the reason I chose these tonight is because often our vegetarians and our vegans, we don't talk a lot about the things that they can eat. You know, everybody talks about the steak and everybody talks about the chicken and the fish and so forth. But I specifically wanted to do this tonight because not only can they eat it, but also those of you who are not vegetarian and are not vegans can also prepare these dishes and add them to the things that you're eating. So they're very versatile. And one of the most versatile pieces of food that you could find is tofu. Okay. And our family, we usually get the firm tofu, and you'll see that here in just a minute. And it will take on the flavor, y'all, of whatever you put it in. Right. And it can take on the shape. It can take on the consistency of a lot of things. In fact, I've used tofu to make chicken nuggets for my son. Right. He eats a lot of tofu. And we were off this past summer camping, and they were having, wanted to make some chicken nuggets, tofu nuggets. And so we used tofu for that. Interesting thing about tofu, when you make the nuggets, we had to freeze it and thaw it and freeze it and thaw it. And anyway, there's a whole process that goes in that. But then it takes on the consistency of chicken nuggets, if you will. Well, not if you will, but take on the consistency of chicken nuggets. And so we were able to have that. All right. So let's hop over and let's talk a little bit about the tofu. And you'll see there that this is the tofu that we typically use. There are lots of different brands. This is one of them. And you'll see that this is the extra firm. And I like the extra firm tofu because it does not crumble easily. You can handle it without being afraid that it's going to just fall apart. If you freeze tofu take it out of the refrigerator, freeze it again, take it out, and then you press it, right? You can wrap it in a clean kitchen towel, paper towel, and you press it, and all the fluid will come out of that, and then you can handle it. But anyway, so tofu. So that's the tofu that we use, and that's the block of tofu. And when I cook, I typically use 2 of these. In this video that you're watching here, I actually use just one, I believe. Well, yes, I used one. And so in this case, I'm slicing it into almost like steaks, right? So those are maybe a 1/4 inch thick. And so I'm just basically slicing that, and then you'll see as we get into the cooking part of this here in just a minute. You can make tofu steaks with this, right? So I didn't. In this case, when we get to the next episode or next video, we'll see that we made some portobello steaks, but you can actually make tofu steaks with this as well. And there we just sliced it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 different slices, and then we are getting ready now to go over to the stove and get that. So in terms of what you use, a lot of people, we use this is a spray oil that we use here in our house. We use this for a lot of things. It decreases the amount of oil, if you will, that we use. We do use extra virgin olive oil as well, and you'll see that here in just a minute when we get to one of the other dishes. But anyway, so basically you're spraying the pan. I've done this on the grill before, but here we're doing just in the pan. We'll let that pan get hot, and depending on what you're looking for in terms of the sear that you're using, right? You can let this get hotter or not as hot. You can do it on a medium heat. I kind of do it on a kind of a medium heat. I think this one was a little hotter than I may have intended. You see already some of the spray is getting darker. And so what you do, depending on how firm you want this, depending on the color that you want, you will let this go, and you can let it on each side for about 2 to 3 minutes before you turn it. In this case, I went ahead and I started moving it around right away. If you cook tofu, if you use tofu down and you're in our community right now, go ahead and put yes. Say yes if you eat tofu. If you don't, just put a no. And so we kind of sped this up a little bit so you guys can, so we're not spending the whole time just watching this. See, now it's getting kind of golden brown on each side. And you can get this, and you'll see here in a little while, we're gonna use, and so Bragg's liquid amino has a very delicious flavor. It's almost not like, a lot of people say it's like soy sauce. It doesn't quite have that flavor, but it does add a beautiful, rich flavor to lots of food. We use it for tofu, but you can use it for a lot of other things. Our son loves the flavor of the Bragg's amino acid. And you'll see as I do this, the color of the tofu, or the tofu will pick up some of that color and get a little darker. It depends on who cooks it at our house. I tend to do it darker. My wife tends to do it a little lighter. And at one point, my son did not like it dark. And there's some Lawry's seasoning that we're going to use there again. And some garlic powder. And basically, you can season this to your taste, guys and gals. Okay? As you know, and onion powder, as you know, I like spicy food. I didn't put a lot of black pepper in this during this one. And depending on how you like it. So right now, you see, I'm putting a pretty hefty amount of seasoning on it, right? Because we like it in our house. We like it to be very flavorful. And like I said, it picks up the flavor of whatever you put it in. And so we like that texture. And you see here as I go ahead and take that out and begin plating it. And that's as simple as it is to make the tofu. Now, this is not the end of this, because you'll see at the end what we're going to do with this, but this is as simple as it is, right? So like I said, I like mine a little darker, depending on how you like it and depending on the dish that you're going to put it in, depending on the texture that you want, how firm you want it. Do you want it really seared? Do you want it kind of just lightly sauteed and still have kind of that white tannish color to it? And here, what I've done is I've taken tofu, a different set of tofu, and I've cut it into chunks. Right? And we're going to basically do similar things with it. Right? So we cut this into cubes. I said chunks, but into cubes. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to saute this just in a similar way as we did the other, the tofu slices. I see Suzanne said, yes, she uses tofu. Jennifer says occasionally eats tofu. She said, Dawn, on the second day of a 3-day fast. This looks so good. Yes, Jennifer. But yeah, so basically we heated the pan. We've got our spray that we've put in. I'm spraying some more. And you'll see that starting to get brown. Now, one of the things that, and depending on who you are, what you're cooking, some people say let it get brown and don't touch it again because sometimes it'll start breaking up. And you'll see here as I get to the end, some of these will start to chunk. But if you're doing, and so this is the seasoning. So we've got some Lawry's, we got garlic powder, some onion powder, and yeah, I think that's Lawry's that we've put in there again. And basically seasoning that up and then mixing it up. Okay. And so that color, before I put let me go back here. So before I put the brags on it, let's back up a little bit. So right there, that's the way my son used to like it. Right. See how part of it is you still have some golden on some sides, but for the most part they're pretty light. That's how he used to like it. And when my wife cooks it, that's kind of the way she still does it. Mine, you'll see it here in just a minute because I've got the seasoning on it, but I'm also going to add some brags. And once you put the brags, y'all, then we get that kind of brownish golden color. And so I'm trying my tossing. I'm not a very good. I got to learn how to do that. So what's your favorite way for like Suzanne, sorry, and Jennifer, who said they occasionally eat. How do you typically make your tofu? All right. So that, y'all, is as simple as tofu is. And you can actually cook this within, I don't know, 15 minutes. Okay? And you can make either the steaks or the slices, or you can make the cubes that we just did. Any of those would be good. And then you can take that and you can put it with lots of different dishes. Right, the cubes, you can put that in soup. You can use the slices, like I said, as steaks, and you could top it with other things. I love it because it is a good source of protein, right? And it's not very carby. So for diabetics, it's actually a wonderful addition to your repertoire. Okay. What I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and show you. Let's get back here for just a second. I want to go ahead and show you the recipe for this. Okay. And so basically 1 block of tofu, 2 tablespoons of Bragg's, 1 teaspoon of garlic, 1 teaspoon of Lawry's, 2 teaspoons of olive oil. In this case, I didn't use olive oil. I used the Pam spray. Okay. And then, of course, you can have optional seasonings. You can do, green onions and sesame oil seeds, depending on, like, if you're making an Oriental dish, something, for instance, you're making hot and sour soup or any of those, then sesame seed oil is actually very delicious, by the way. So one tip that you can do is you take this, if you're trying to press out the liquid, you can put it between paper towel or a clean towel in the kitchen and put something heavy on it, and that will press out the liquid. Okay. Let's see. Jennifer says she fries with stir fry. Okay. And Suzanne says she air fries it. Wow. Okay. I've never air fried it, but I've seen those. How does it taste? Is it, well, I shouldn't say how it tastes. Is it crispier than when you fry it? Have you ever tried frying, Suzanne? Janet, hey, thanks for coming through. Janet says she says looks yummy. Let me get back over here and I could put some of these comments on the screen, y'all. Let's do this one. Okay, yeah, let's go back up here. All right, so let's see. So we said good. Jennifer saying hi to Steve. Jennifer saying hi, Shireen, here from Nebraska. That's right. Jennifer's in Nebraska. Steve says hello. Suzanne said yes, she has done tofu before. Occasionally eats tofu for Jennifer. And then of course Jennifer says she's on a second day of a 3-day fast. Suzanne fries with stir fry, or Jennifer fries with stir fry. Suzanne in the fryer. Janet says it looks yummy. Hey Janet, thanks for coming through. Sesame seed oil adds a lot of flavor. Yeah, that is true. That is true. It's very delicious. And then Teresa says, hello everyone. I'm driving, so I will be listening. Okay, yeah, glad that you're here. Suzanne says she hasn't compared it. It's nice on the outside. Inside depends on how much you dried it. Okay, yeah, for sure. All right, so let's hop over now and let's take a look at our next thing that we're going to make. And this one is, and so anyway, so that's let's go back and finish up this one. So that is the tofu, the sauteed tofu. We're going to put this on the website somewhere if you guys want to download it. We'll have that available for you, okay? And then, of course, the instructions are over on the side. But basically, you saw how we did this. Tofu is so versatile that I was going to say there's not much you can do to mess it up. It will assume the flavor that you put there, okay? So if you have a specific way of cooking, like if you grill a lot, you can put it on the grill. If you have one of those George Foreman grills, you can do it in the house in the grill. If you have a flat grill, you can put it there as well. So very versatile. If you want to chunk it up, as a matter of fact, I've seen people take tofu, right, and break it up and cook it, and it looks like scrambled eggs. Okay, so you can do a lot of different. They put some turmeric in it, and it takes that color of eggs, and it is delicious. It is delicious, y'all. Okay, so that's the benefit of tofu. So let's go over and let's take a look at one of our non-starchy vegetables, and let's make some cauliflower rice. And so I've got a head of cauliflower, and I've washed it, and I've just chunked it. And you can either put this at this point in a blender, but I decided I was going to do it the hard way, the long way, and I'm just using a grater, and I'm just grating that down. And what I basically want is for it to take on the consistency or the texture or the size of like rice. Okay, and you see me kind of going at it there. So those 4 pieces, and I was surprised actually at how much it came out to be. Right, didn't expect that much, but there it is, right? And so that's it. And at this point, let me pause this for a second and just say that at this point you have a couple of options. You can steam this, you could put it in a pan, and you can bake it. Suzanne, I'm sure you can probably put this in the fryer, don't you think? We can probably put it in the fryer, but what I decided to do was I was going to put it in a frying pan. Right, because I like to fry. but basically that's what it looks like, right? It looks almost like rice. But right here, you can take this. You can actually put it in a microwave, y'all. Put it in a microwave, and you can put a little bit of salt, a little bit of butter, and that's it. Or margarine, or some other fat, non-animal based fat. Yep. So there's my pan, and here I'm using extra virgin olive oil. Right, so you can see that. So we don't always, I don't always use the spray, but you do use less oil if you do use the spray. So basically, put some oil in there. That pan is hot. You can see a little bit of steam. We're gonna go ahead and coat the bottom of the pan, and then we're gonna get the bowl of cauliflower and basically drop it in. And begin to get that sauteed. Suzanne is saying that we could do a cauliflower rice and tofu croquettes. Yeah, right. And so basically, and this doesn't take long, right? So once you put it in, as you guys know, cauliflower is pretty. It steams quickly. So basically, I'm going to add some salt. Iodized salt from a shaker, but I wanted you to see what I'm using. You can put Laurie's seasoning here as well. You can put garlic powder. You can put onion powder. You can saute it with other things, right? And that is pretty much done, guys. I'm covering this down, and we're ready to go. Okay, so that is as quickly as you can do the cauliflower. Let's hop over and I guess let me ask: has anybody used or made cauliflower rice before? If you did, say yes. And do you like it? Right now, you can do a lot of different things. If you're trying to cut back on rice, if you're trying to cut back on those high starch foods, drop in the comments for me. What have you used in the past to substitute for things like rice? Right, and we're looking for low carbohydrate options. Right, what have you used in the past to substitute for rice? All right. Okay, Jennifer says yes. She's made cauliflower rice before. And did you steam it, or did you basically saute it like I did? Or did you do some other method? Okay. All right. And then, y'all, here goes one of my favorite things. Okay. One of my favorite things is these guys right here. Right. So went to the grocery store, got some portobello mushrooms. Right. These are sliced. They're already pre-sliced. Right. And then we went and we got some of the caps, and there's basically 2 of those. And I had already opened them, but I realized I wasn't gonna be able to show you guys, so I put them back in and and brought it. So I'm at the sink now. One of the things, and I probably should have left these together, because once you take that little part of the stem out, they break up a little bit. But you basically wash them. You can wipe them off with a paper towel, and then go ahead and wash them. But this is what I did. Some people will just take these and rinse them off and drop them on a grill. But since I'm not grilling, we're going to do that right here at home in a pan. In fact, that very same pan that you guys saw before that I've been doing everything else in. All right, so we got rid of some of those. Oh, we lost a couple. All right, and so this is washing the sliced ones. And depending on what you're doing, what you're making, and I'll combine them, right? Sometimes I'll do these, and so I've got some parsley that I'm going to cut up here. So one day I'm getting one of those big fancy kitchens like the chefs on TV. And you guys can come over. We can all cook together, right? So I'm making a marinade. Oh, let me back up. So let's go back there. So I'm making a marinade, and look at, so I've got some extra virgin olive oil, but look at that, y'all, balsamic vinaigrette. That's salad dressing, okay? And that adds a beautiful flavor to it. So basically I'm mixing that in, some black pepper, because some thyme, some onion powder, garlic powder, and just basically mixing that up. Some more of the vinaigrette. And I love the little squeeze that's jalapenos and garlic. A little bit more of the garlic, extra virgin olive oil. And basically, I'm going to cover those up. And to make these pretty, you can marinate this for 20 to 30 minutes. But we kind of sped that up. We heated the pan. We put the portobello mushrooms in there, cap side down first. And then I just added all of the other pieces of sliced portobello. And notice all of these are dishes that I'm making, right, in preparation for what I'm going to do. So you can actually, we talked about pre-making, prepping before at the beginning of the week. So you can make tofu and put it in the refrigerator, right? You can make these guys. And so there we got a good sear on that one side. I'm going to turn that over. All right, boom. And then we got these guys that we're going to do. Look at that. I mean, you should smell that. It is delicious. And then just because I did not want to give up one of the things I do when I cook steaks, you'll see here in just a minute. We added a little bit of, I pressed that a little bit, get some of that out. And you don't have to do this, but I did it because I want it to be, and it, when you eat these, I mean, the consistency is very, is beefy, right? So it's some smart balance. So we're going to drop that in. Yeah, we put quite a bit in there, guys. Yep. And then I've got some garlic, cloves, and then that is cilantro is what I put in there. Right, you can use rosemary, right, if you're interested in that. And we basically just kind of got all that. We started basting this thing, right? Have you ever had a portobello mushroom hamburger? That is delicious, right? So there we are. So that's there. We're gonna go ahead and get this out, put it on the plate. And these are all very simple things that you can do, right? It doesn't take a lot of prep. It doesn't take a lot of work. It doesn't take a lot of time, right? Because everything that we've made so far, the tofu, say that takes 10 minutes to make, right? The cauliflower rice takes another 10 to 15 minutes. And the portobello mushrooms takes 15 minutes. That's half an hour, right? So that is our portobello mushrooms that we've done. Okay, so now we're prepped. We've done it. What do you think we're gonna make? What do you think we're gonna do to some of these? You guys saw some of the pictures for the advertisement, the little thumbnail, right? So now the mushrooms also, they pick up a flavor of whatever you put them in, right? And what I did not do is I did not show you the recipe for the cauliflower rice. Let me do that really quickly. So cauliflower rice, basically this is what it is, right? So you get 1 head of cauliflower, a tablespoon of olive oil, salt, pepper to taste, You can do garlic powder, onion powder, Lawry's, or whatever. You can do Bragg's, right? Depending on what color you want. If you want to simulate like a brown rice, you can do that. You can add color to it. And then basically the instructions there on the other side. And then the portobello mushrooms. This is the ingredient list, and then the instructions as well. Okay. And then so what do you think we're going to do with these? Right. So let's go ahead and hop over and let's just do it. Let's do it. So what I'm going to do is for each of the things that we just made, right? So I'm going to make some topping, something that I'm going to put on it. So I got a carrot, just one, I think, one or two. And I'm basically peeling that. And then I've got one onion. Well, cut that part off. All right, one onion. And guys, yeah, this is how I cut my onions. That's okay. It is a thing. My wife says you're gonna cut your hand off. I do it like my dad did it. So hey, thank you, Daddy. All right. And we got a pepper, bell pepper, some green onions. Green onion, one onion, and of course the carrots. So I'm go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and cut this up. We're gonna do slices. And that's the island in our kitchen. Right. And so I really wanted chunks. Right, so that's how we cut it. And there's our green onion. And once again, I'm not cutting this fine, right? I gotta get a better board. And there is our pepper. It's our red pepper. Rinse, we took all the seeds out. And then we're gonna go ahead and slice that. And what I'm doing now is I am actually, you saw me make the tofu, you saw me make the cauliflower rice, you saw me make the portobello steaks, and now the question is what am I going to do with it? What are we going to put on it? And that's what I'm doing now. And you may have a particular saute that you use. You may have a particular garnish that you like. You may have some particular vegetables that you like to use. And this part right here is where the creativity comes in. This is where you get to try new things. You can make the same tofu, right? The same way that we just did. And then you can use lots of different vegetables in this part of what we're about to do. Okay, so once again, we've got our pan, we've heated it up, and we're gonna, so those are some of the vegetables that I cooked. Notice it's not all of them, right? And basically I'm gonna saute this. A little bit more spray. Got that going. And depending on how you want this to garnish whatever you're making. Right. And I got some water in there. Put some cherry tomatoes. Add a little seasoning, and I've covered that down. And then we're going to take this here in just a minute, and we're going to put it aside because we're not done yet. All right, so I'm breaking up those cherry tomatoes. Right, and that's, you know, that's where I want it. So we're gonna go ahead and put that in a bowl because we're gonna use that in just a minute. And then back to the stove. Right, and so now we're back at the stove. And we've taken some more of the rest of that, and we've sauteed it. And here I'm going to add, well, I'll let you see the video. We've got that going, and go ahead and got that sauteed. And we're going to add the rest of the, well, some of the garnish from the portobello mushrooms, or the marinade. I said the garnish, but the marinade. So we've got that there that we're mixing in. Cover that down. Let it steam a little bit. And guys, you should smell this. I mean, it is delicious, right? It smells delicious, and yeah, you'll see here in just a minute the final product. All right, and so here we have some organic barbecue sauce that we're going to add to that. Just a touch. Get that all stirred up. And then we're going to go ahead and put that into a bowl. Right? So notice what we're doing, right? So we made the tofu, we made the cauliflower rice, we made a portobello mushroom, and then we're gonna see here in just a minute our final product. But hey, if you're out there, if you've gone ahead and done your challenge for this month, remember what our challenge was. It was to create a meal that had whole foods. Not processing, right? So minimize the processing, no added sugar. And notice in this, whole foods, minimize the processing, not a lot of added sugar. We did use non-starchy vegetables. I didn't actually use a lot of starchy vegetables, although some people would put the carrot in the starchy vegetable arena. And then healthy fats, lean proteins, right? So there's protein in there, right? In the vegetables and in the mushroom. But not anything, because this is actually a vegan/vegetarian meal that I was doing. For all of the, for instance, if I say butter, you can replace that, margarine, so forth. You can replace that with alternatives, tasty, and then appropriate size, right? So this was the challenge, or this is the challenge for this month, and this is where we are. So if you've done that, go ahead and make sure you send that in, because I'd love to see it, and we would love to share it with the rest of our community so that they can see what's been going on. Okay. Before we get over to our to show what we're what we've finished with, I want to go ahead and take a look at blood sugars. And so here's my blood sugar of 104 is what my Libre is saying right now. My Dexcom is saying 110. And let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. And so you could see my average blood sugar over the last 14 days, 107. Over the last 90 days, 113. And you'll see that there on the screen. And then if I look at each of the days, let's talk about what's been going on since I ended my fast back on Friday. All right, so Friday evening, right at 6 o'clock, we ended the fast right there. And you'll see blood sugars over the course of the next, the rest of that 6 hours to midnight, we got up to about 94. And if you remember, I did not break the fast with what I typically did. I ended up eating some cheese, and you'll see that this right here is the result of cheese, right? And so the rest of the day, into the next morning, 120. And then a friend of ours had a birthday party in the park. And so I had some chicken, some curry chicken, y'all. Curry chicken right there. And in it, there were garbanzo beans and a couple of pieces of potato. Right, so they were chunks, kind of cubes, like you saw in the video that we just did with the tofu. And look at that, right? So up to about, was that 160 was the highest there, and then started coming back down. And then the next day, right, which is Sunday, in the 120s, 110s, 130s. And then my wife and I went out to lunch. We had our date day. And let's see. Actually, you know what? I actually took some pictures for you guys. Let's see. Let's do it this way. Okay, so that was a Caesar salad with salmon. Caesar salad with salmon. That's what I had. Caesar salad, and I had. So that's the plate, y'all. You could tell I did not like it, right? I did not like it at all. And I also had cream of chicken soup. So that's what this is. So cream of chicken soup and a Caesar salad is what we had, and that is what you see here. Right into the rest of that evening, up to 140s, and then of course coming into today, we've been in the 110s, 120s, 136, 140, and then into what we are doing right now. Okay. All right. So what are we doing? What are we doing with our food? Okay. What are we doing with our food? Before I get there, let me just hop over and let's see. And I think we saw some of these, but let's say them again. So Teresa says, hi, everybody. She says she's driving. Suzanne said she hasn't compared. It's nice on the outside. Inside depends on how much you dried it. And this is talking about the tofu in the air fryer, I believe. She said we could do a cauliflower rice and tofu croquette. Yes, you can. Jennifer says yes. I think she's responding to the fact that she's done portobello mushrooms before. Jennifer says she sauteed with butter. Yeah, delicious, delicious. Steve said, I attempted my first 48-hour fast this weekend. I fell a bit short at 45 hours. Man, Steve! Yo, man, 45 hours. That is amazing. Wow. And Steve says, I fell short of 48 hours, but he fell at 45 hours. Man, Steve, I'm proud of you, man. That's exciting. I love that. So keep that up. And that's a great point let me make right here, right? This is a progressive thing, right? So we're not expecting you tomorrow. If you've never fasted before, I'm not expecting you to go out tomorrow and fast for 24, 48, 36, 72 hours, right? It is a learned thing. I saw someone in the office, was it yesterday or today? Today. And they were saying that they can't fast because they're hungry. And so we're trying to, and I want you to do this, begin to evaluate, what does hunger feel like? She said, well, I just want to eat. I know I want to eat. Yes, but that's not hunger, right? There's a desire there. There is a push from the appetite there. There is the habit, right? The heat, the habit, the emotions, the access, the taste. Those things are pushing you, but not necessarily hunger. Okay. And let's see. Killary033 says, hi. Hey, Killary, thanks for coming through. And Jennifer saying, way to go, Steve. Yeah, we're proud of you, Steve. Killary says, sometimes being hungry, you simply thirsty. I think you meant thirsty. Yes. Sometimes it's not hunger. It's actually thirst, right? It's actually thirst. All right. So let's hop over, y'all, and let's see what we finally did with all the stuff, right? So we made the tofu, we made the cauliflower rice, we made the portobello mushrooms, we made the toppings, and let's take a look at a couple of the final products. So that's our portobello mushroom, and we've topped it with the onions, the garlic. We have those cherry tomatoes that we've got there. We've got the, and of course the original, right? So the portobello mushrooms are under there, and you can use this. You can top this with so many different things. So I used, look at this, how simple this was. Onions, garlic, cherry tomatoes, and carrots. That's what I used to put on top of that. And you can use so many different things. You can, if you like, if you like broccolini, if you like broccoli, Brussels sprouts, right? All of those, you can use there as well. In fact, anything that you think you can do with a steak, you can do here. Anything that you think you can do if you're used to cooking and sautéing and doing stews, you can do with portobello mushrooms, right? So any of that, and you can top it with any of that. Killary says, "Ooh my," she said, "You just break my fast." All right, so very simple. Okay, so that is, and look at that, y'all. Doesn't it look good? Yep. Just going all around it. And then here is the, this is the cauliflower rice with the tofu. And notice what I did to the tofu. I took the tofu and I covered it in the sauce and the topping that I made. Right. I could have done just the tofu and the cauliflower rice. I could actually done the tofu, and this one I think is, this is the one with the barbecue sauce. If I didn't put the barbecue sauce in there, I could have just used that by itself. I could have used the toppings that I made for the portobello mushroom to put on top of this. Right? So any of those are good options that you can do, and it is delicious, it's healthy, and it fulfills the requirement that we had for our challenge, right? So whole foods, no additional sugar, minimal processing, healthy fats, lean protein. Like I said, I did not use starchy vegetables. I did use non-starchy vegetables, although some people would put the carrot in the starchy. Portion size, right? So look at the portion size. This is great, right? So not a whole lot of stuff going on there, right? And then of course we get back to plating, right? So that's how we plated it. If you remember, that's where we started for the portobello mushrooms. Awesome. All right. So Jennifer says, let's see. Hillary said, "Oh my," she said, "You just broke my fast." And then Jennifer says, "Brussels sprouts. While you were talking, I was up potting my Brussels sprouts into bigger pots." Yes, garden is not ready yet. So all of those things, if you're out there, one of the things I wanted to show, is that you have options. You have options. The thing, and I think I have it on here. Let's see, where is? Yeah, I have it. I think I'll come back and show it. We did a show where we actually cooked curry. Right, we cooked curry, and one of the things that in that show, and maybe I'll redo that as a video with you guys. But one of the things in that show is that we used rice as the base, but you can put that on top of the cauliflower rice as well, right? So it doesn't have to be regular rice, but beautiful. Let's see. Hillary says, "Are you multi-streaming?" Yes, I am. Right now, we are going to Facebook. We're going to YouTube, of course, here. We're going to LinkedIn. We're going to Twitch. And also, we are on X right now. We are not right now streaming. I think I said it earlier, but we're not currently streaming to Instagram. But usually, we do stream to Instagram in addition to those others. And we usually do that during one of our check-ins when we do our fasting. Okay? All right. So if you're out there, if you got questions, hey, just pop them in. But guys and gals, this is it, right? So we can make choices to do healthy food. And even the dishes that we normally make in our lives, we can look at those to see how we can tweak them to make them healthier. Yeah. So make them healthier. So let's talk a little bit about what we do here, how we do it. As you know, as I always say, on this platform, we educate, we empower, and we encourage. Well, let me go back here for a second. I'll come back to that. So we educate. The shows that we do, the podcasts, the blogs that we write, the handouts that we have, all of those are with the intention of providing education, because you cannot change what you don't know and what you don't understand. Data. You need data and you need clarity. So the education that we do on the show provides some clarity for you. It helps you to begin changing that mindset, to see that there is something different that you can do. We also empower. The empowerment comes from the tools. For instance, this show was a great one, right? The tools of being able to see how you can cook in a different way. Right? Fasting, another tool that we use. The emotional intelligence, the 5 whys, the things we talked about in terms of how to adjust your medication. Those are all tools, because just having data, just having information by itself does not do what you need. You've got to begin applying the tools. And this is a great place to say, if you are not doing the challenges, make sure you're doing that. Each month we have a challenge. And our challenge for this month was to go ahead and create this dish. And these are the criteria: whole foods, minimize processing, no added sugar, starchy and non-starchy vegetables in that dish, right? Healthy meats or healthy fats, lean protein, tasty, and the appropriate size. I want you to begin walking along with us, right? So don't let this stuff just come and you put it on the shelf, but you want to make sure that you are moving in the direction that we're moving as we're going through all of the education, that you're also learning the tools. And then encouragement comes from the community. Our community is strong. Our community is vibrant as long as you are within the community and you are sharing. Okay, and we'll come to that here in just a minute. We encourage each other in our place. We encourage each other in our frustrations. We encourage each other in our successes. As you saw, I was so excited to see Steve talking about fasting, and Jennifer's here, and Teresa, and Suzanne, and Janet, and all the people who are out there, and then Hillary, right? Who's here as well. And then from Brooklyn, New York, y'all, From Brooklyn, you are so glad that Sherry is here as well. So the community, I love being in the space because you are also encouragement to me, right? You help me stay in the space where I need to be. All right, and then our heat model. Remember, these are the things that we that push us in a direction to break our fast, to get off of our diet plan, to fall off track, as some people say, although I don't like that phrase, to fall off the bandwagon. In terms of food, these are the triggers. They are our habits. They are our emotions, our access, and our taste. The habits of, okay, well, we're watching TV, so we're going to eat a snack. It's 12 o'clock, so I've got to eat. We get together to play cards or go bowling, and so we're going to eat something, right? You're not hungry, but it is a habit. Or emotions. Emotions will drive us. I told somebody in the office today that your emotions will eat through any medications that you have. It will eat through any of the decisions that you've made, because the emotions are that strong. And so being able to harness those and to evaluate them, to feel what we feel and to understand why we feel that and begin dealing with them, that's one of the benefits that we're learning, particularly as we learned about emotional intelligence. Remember, if we're angry, lonely, tired, sad, bored, right, frustrated, all those things will push us to eat. And then access. Sometimes we eat simply because it's there, y'all. Yes, we do. You walk through the kitchen, walk through the pantry, it's in a bowl. You walk through your colleagues, walk by your colleague's desk at work, and you see that candy bowl. In fact, I go to church, and I'm walking by the church office, and there's a bowl, with the mints, and I just go over and grab a mint. I'm not hungry, right? But that's like, oh man, it's there. Let me go grab one. Okay, and then we eat because of taste, because the taste reminds us of something. It takes us back to a different place. It reminds us of being in that special place, and that's with that special person. It reminds us of the comfort that happened when we were in that bad space. That's what taste does, and these are the triggers. And then, of course, our call to action, right? Join the challenge. Join the challenge. Make sure that you're doing that, as I said. Don't just let this sit on the shelf, right? You want to be learning with us. And if you're out there right now and you say, oh my God, they're already in April, I'm so far behind. No, you're not. Start where you are. Pick up, watch the videos, and start where you are. Share your story. When you come on and you share your successes, we know that we can do it, and we're encouraged. When you share places where you're struggling, where you're having challenges, we know we're not by ourselves. And then invite a friend. Get somebody to come with you. Tell them to come on and be in this space with us. There are over 1 billion people on the planet that suffer from diabetes, high blood pressure, pre-diabetes, right? Diabetes and pre-diabetes, over 1 billion people on the planet. And all of the diseases that all of those lifestyle diseases, those can be fixed. Those can improve with the things that we are talking about here on the channel. And on down in the right or left, in the right corner or left as you're watching the screen, that is the QR code, and that will take you directly to our YouTube channel. I did have the QR code for the website, and I think I'll put it on the opposite side next time. But I think I saw Jennifer, let's see. Killary says, wow. Killary says, seasonings and spices are the best to elevate the taste of healthy and plain food. Yes, definitely. And Teresa says, hey, Dr. Wood, can you give me your New Year, New You website again to share with someone? Yes, it is DwainWoodeMD.com. DwainWoodeMD.com, www.DwainWoodeMD.com. Let's go ahead and put that in the chat, www.DwainWoodeMD.com. But if they scan the QR code that's on the screen right now, they go to our YouTube channel, and then from the YouTube channel, they can get to all the different things. Okay. Actually, let me pop that up on the screen really quickly. www.DwainWoodeMD.com. Hillary says from Canada. Hey, Hillary, that's where you're from. Hey, thanks for joining with us. We're so excited to have you come through. Jennifer says, I hope you complete your 3-day fast. Well, Jennifer, we're gonna start. Actually, I'm starting a little early. I don't think I said that to you guys. I'm starting a little early today, so I had a meal at lunch, and that's my last meal. I usually start on Tuesday evening, but we're starting a little early this week. But we'll come on back and we'll talk about those as we get into the evening. Okay? As we get into the week. So you'll see that on Friday we're going to be speaking at a church. Not Friday, but on Saturday we're going to be speaking at a church. We're going to be doing some education on diabetes. And then delivering the message there for the divine worship service. So so excited about that. Okay. Teresa said, "Go for it, doctor." Yes, yes, yes. And thank you, Steve. I haven't made it to 3 days. The last 2 times I've tried. Okay, so Steve is saying Jennifer. Yeah. Okay, so Steve is saying Jennifer. I hope you make it 3 days. Yes, yes, definitely, definitely. Always, always, always. And all right, so guys and gals, thank you for being here in this space. This has been an amazing show. I love this show, by the way. We are excited to be here. Jennifer is asking for the let's see. Okay, Jennifer, you are asking for the website or the YouTube channel. Let me see if I can pull that up really quickly. Let's see. And it is you can Google the Columbus, Mississippi SDA Church, and okay, I'll have to give that to you guys because I can't find it right now. Isn't that bad? Yeah, but we'll get it to you. We'll post it somewhere. Okay. But as always, glad to be in this space with you. You encourage me. You help me educate myself. You keep me accountable. And I love to hear that I'm not by myself, y'all. There's nothing like knowing that there are people out there that are in the space with you. And I love this community because you guys continue to elevate, continue to make me better as I learn about myself and as I learn how to communicate this information to you. That's one of the benefits of having you here, right? Because there's all this stuff in my head that we've learned in medical school and through practice. And in the office, when I see my patients, when I see clients, I'm always trying to find what is the best way to get people to understand. And you're part of that process as well. Because as I'm explaining things to you, I come up with different ways of saying, okay, maybe I should say it this way or explain it that way. Or this is a better understanding. Or when you say, hey, I got that, I say, okay, that's one I need to keep. That's an example I need to keep. So thank you for all that you do. As always, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you at one of our check-ins.
Hello, I am Tatiana Rodriguez, and I am so happy to be celebrating this anniversary with Dr. Dwain Woode. And you all know E stands for endocrinology, right? It's ingrained in my brain. I have had the pleasure of knowing this guy from the content creation world, but he's also been such an inspiration to me, and I have enjoyed learning on my end, dealing with hypothyroidism and some other health concerns. I truly have felt inspired by him, and I think that you will be too if you haven't already. So make sure to check out his content, especially if you have any diabetes related issues or health matters that you want to talk about. I mean, I find him so inspirational, whether or not you're dealing with diabetes. He does, of course, strive to educate, empower, and encourage us, which I just find to be so wonderful. He's also an example of living a happy, healthy life. So I just want to say, Dwain, thank you so much. Happy anniversary to you. And we can't do it without a little celebration. So I'm wishing you all the best. Congratulations on this great milestone. And I hope that we get to do a little more celebrating and collaborating in the future. So thank you so much for including me in this. And I wish all of you watching and listening the very best on your own health journey.
Welcome back. Oh man. In this episode of New Year, New You, I am delving into a topic that's all too familiar to many of us. Getting back on track with the management of your diabetes. Have you been there? Yeah, I know I have been. And the year has been going along and we've just been trucking along, right? So this is the month of May. We're starting the month of May. Can you believe it? And a lot of people at the beginning of the year, at the end of last year, said there were so many things that they were going to do, they were going to put in place. And we have our good days where everything seems to fall right into place. And then inevitably there are those challenging moments when, we may find ourselves, veering off course. Whether it's due to stress, challenges in the routine, or just life throwing us a curveball, setbacks happen to the best of us. But the important thing is how we respond to those setbacks and ultimately how we get ourselves back on track. And that's what I'm talking about tonight. So if you've ever found yourself in that struggle to stay on the top of the management of your diabetes, this episode is for you. Stick around because we've got plenty of valuable insights and tips coming up your way. Let's dive right in. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission, who are interested in getting off of diabetes medication, who are interested in improving their metabolic disease, who are interested in reversing their diabetes. Welcome. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the chat because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And to let you know that we're excited that you are in the space. If you have questions as we go throughout the night, put those in because I want to make sure that I answer all of those for you as we get into the show tonight. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. It has been an interesting weekend, an interesting several months as we have dived into New Year, New You. And that's right, we're reversing diabetes. And so we're going to talk here in a little bit about what we do, but you guys know how we do. I got my meter over here so you can see what my blood sugar, if that will pop up here in just a minute, hopefully. Let's see what we can do. So we got a meter over here so that blood sugar, so you can see what those blood sugars are. You will be able to see what my my monitor is showing, my reports, and we can take a look to see what's been happening. If I can get that to pop up here in just a sec. Okay, yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at this one. So this is where you will see my... Yeah, so there you go. Okay, so we'll take a look at that here in just a little while as we get into the show. If you're out there, we thank you for joining us tonight on this episode of our show. So getting back on track, y'all. What do we do? How do we do that? That's what we're going to be talking about. So let's hop over and let's take a look, right? So you guys saw the flyer, getting back on track. You see down there at the bottom that hamburger and those fries. Well, let me tell you a story. I want to tell you a story. So yesterday, I think I shared with you guys that the last several Sundays, my wife and I, we've been going out to dinner. And so yesterday, y'all, we were in the car, and of course I said, hey, where do you want to go? And so we weren't sure because there were some particular things that we wanted to have. And so we're driving, and my wife says, hey, let's go to this place. And I said, sure. And in my head, I had created, because I had not eaten all day, I had waited because I was going to eat dinner with my wife. I was going to have some food, right? And so I had created this entire experience in my head about what it's going to be like, how the food was going to taste. I wasn't sure where we were going, but once she said where we're going, everything kind of filled in, right? All the little details filled in my mind. So I'm in the car and we're driving, and I'm just anticipating, I'm going to have this, I'm going to have that, I'm going to order this, and so forth, right? And so we're on our way there, and she says, well, what about this other place, right? And I didn't say anything, and we kind of drove, and so she's looking at the menu, and we kind of finally decided, okay, we're going to this place. And I got there, y'all, and I was in a not so great mood, right? So in my head, right, because I'm thinking, man, okay. And I had asked, specifically, did they have this one thing? And they said, and yeah, according to the menu, they had it. But we got there, and it turned out that I couldn't have that because of an allergy. And so my mood kind of changed. Right, it took me a little bit to get over it, right? So I ate the food, and it was okay. It was okay. But what had happened was I had created this entire experience in my mind. And often that's where we find ourselves when it comes to diabetes, with diabetes management. And so as you got into this year, as you started doing the things that we've been talking about, you've been at the grind. And, January was great. And February, yeah, we got this. And March, yeah, we're in there, and we're okay. We're feeling it, but not so much. And then April comes along, and things happen. And then here it is, May, right? So we are 5 months into the year. And you may find yourselves not really hitting it as hard, or maybe some of the things that you were doing before have kind of crept back in, or maybe you have really just put it back on the shelf. And so this tonight is what we're talking about, right? How do we deal with that, and what do we do in terms of getting back on track? So the first thing is to talk about why people get off track in the first place, right? So common reasons for setbacks. Why do we, after we've made a decision that we were going to do something, how do we get to the point where we're not on track? And one of those reasons is that we have a change in routine. You have a change in routine. You're used to getting up at a particular time, and you've been doing that, but somehow, for some reason, right, whether a schedule change or someone in the family is sick, or there's a new meeting at work, or something happened, life can be unpredictable. And so as a result of that change, because you had gotten into that groove, right? You got up at a particular time, you did your thing, you had your breakfast, or you had whatever it was, and you were kind of hitting that, you hit your stride. And that took you some time from the time December came and January came, and it took you some time from January to get into the stride. And so you got into it maybe mid-January, end of January, beginning of February, and now you're hitting it. And then all of a sudden something happens and it changes the routine. It wasn't anything bad. It was just a part of life. It was just a routine thing that happened. And so your routine changed. And so now you're kind of off center, right? It's not flowing like it used to flow. And so your brain has gotten to the point where it says, okay, yeah, we'll figure this out. Notice what happened. It wasn't that you made a conscious decision not to do it. It was in the midst of the confusion and the change in routine that the brain said, okay, we're going to leave that alone. Because remember, the brain, your mind, does not ever want to be wrong. It does not like confusion. The confused mind does not accept things. It's kind of like when you go to the store, right? When you go to the store to buy something, when they have a sale, they don't want you to be confused. They're very clear about what the specifics are about that thing. A lot of people say they try to confuse you. No, they don't really want you to be confused, because a confused mind doesn't buy. And the same thing here, when your mind is confused, when it's not quite sure how this fits into the routine, it will leave it alone. Okay? So number one, because of changes in routine. Number two, because of stress. And stress, y'all, is the silent saboteur. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't tell you the number of people who come to the office who are doing things and they don't realize they're doing it. And we kind of try to back into the reasons, and it turned out that there was some stressful event that happened. There was a death in the family. There was a flood at the house. So now they're living in a hotel room, right? So that's another unpredictable thing. That's a change in routine. There was some issue that happened with a child or a parent or a spouse. Some stressful event. Someone got sick. And as a result of that, things change. You once again didn't make a conscious effort or conscious decision that you weren't going to do that, but because things changed, that got put on the back burner. In fact, oh yeah, we're going to get back to that. We're planning to get back to it, but right now we're dealing with the stress. So there could be a change in routine. There could be some life stressor that happens. And then of course, a big one is burnout. It's only natural to feel overwhelmed. Now, I'll tell you that when I talk to patients, as I hear them talk about burnout, I begin imagining those feelings. In fact, I have people who come to the office sometimes and they hear our conversation through a certain megaphone, right? They see it through a certain lens. And that lens is the lens of being at this. They've been at the grind. And they're just tired. Right? We've talked about a lot of things here on the show. We've talked about a lot of procedures that we want you to do. We've given you a lot of education. Remember, educate, empower, encourage. A lot of education. And it's been a lot of material. And so once that comes in and you begin incorporating that into your life, right? So you are trying to minimize your insulin. You're trying to suppress the appetite. Remember the 3 pillars? And you're trying to get rid of sugar. Those are our 3 pillars. 1, minimize insulin. 2, suppress appetite. 3, get rid of sugar. Those are the pillars for reversing diabetes. And you've been doing that. And day in and day out, and day in and day out, and you've got to make decisions. And sometimes that becomes a little, it produces some fatigue. And that's certainly natural. Anything that you're doing, if you're at a job, if you're building a house, if you're raising a child, there are going to be times, if you're taking care of a parent, there are going to be times when you've got to step away for a moment and kind of regroup. And if you don't understand that, then that can cause a problem, right? So common reasons for setbacks: changes in routine, stresses in life, and then of course, burnout, okay? If you have ever experienced any one of those that changed your life, changed your situation, caused you to have a setback, put yes in the comments. Right? Put yes in the comments. Now, one of the interesting thing to note, right? As we're talking, as we're going through this process, we're here talking specifically about diabetes. But notice that the things that I just mentioned, in any area of your life, these can have an effect. So whether you're in college, you're in graduate school, you just got to a new job, you're trying to move your way up in a company, you're trying to save money, you want to buy a house, a car, you want to raise a child. Any of those situations, any life circumstances, the same things can affect you and can cause setbacks. So as we're talking here specifically about diabetes, remember, you can apply these concepts to many areas of your life. If you have high blood pressure, Yeah. And you've been kind of thinking about the food that you're going to eat. Remember, we said that the things that we do here on the channel, the concept we're teaching, doesn't just help with diabetes, but it also helps with all those metabolic syndromes, or not syndromes, but all of those diseases that fall into the metabolic phase. Oh yeah, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, hyperlipidemia, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. All of those are places where if you're at it and you're going at it and you're doing, and you could be doing a great job, y'all. So this is not just people who are having difficulty. These are people who are having successes. Yeah. Yep. All right. So those are the common reasons for setbacks. Well, after we've kind of identified those common reasons for setbacks, what else do we want to look at? How do we overcome setbacks? And we overcome setbacks in several ways, and you'll see some of those there on the screen. Number one, you want to remember that setbacks are a natural part of the journey, including the journey of managing diabetes. Yeah. Let me say that. Right. So setbacks are a natural part of the journey for everything. And specifically now, as we talk about diabetes, setbacks are a part of diabetes. Often, we don't plan for setbacks. We think we get into the situation, we get into the management of diabetes, we get into the relationship, get into the building of the house, get into the coursework for the program that we're in, the degree, and we don't anticipate that, hey, something may happen. And if you don't, then that can throw a huge wrench in the plan, because then it becomes this momentous, almost insurmountable thing that you've got to overcome. But you got to remember that setbacks, issues will come up. They are a natural part of the process. And that's the first thing you want to do. You want to remember that that is the case, right? Number two, when setbacks happen, you want to identify the root cause of the problem. What was it that caused the problem? Was it the fact that my routine changed? Was it the fact that there was a stressor in my life? Was it the fact that I got burnt out? Was it the fact that I didn't have a community around me? Right? And we'll talk about community here in a minute. But you want to identify the root cause, because if you don't identify the root cause, you may be trying to fix one thing and it's something totally different. Right? As we talk about fasting here on the show, right? That's one of the things that we've been using. And I'll have people say to me, well, fasting doesn't work. I said, well, okay, tell me why do you think it doesn't work? He says, well, when I tried to fast, I got a headache. And so as we talk more about the headache, it turns out that the headache came because your body was so used to having high sugars that when your sugar became normal, then the headache came. Make sense? So the root cause of that was not fasting. The root cause of it was the elevated blood sugar. So if we can fix the elevated blood sugar, get you used to being normal in a normal range, then guess what? Not a problem for the headache, right? So identify the root cause. What is the root cause of the problem? And then next, ask for help. Oh yeah, ask for help, right? So reach out. Remember, you're not in this by yourself. Once again, I'm plugging that community, right? You are not in this by yourself. So ask for help. There are people around you. There are people that are surrounding you that are having similar issues. They may not have diabetes, but they are having setbacks in their own space. So ask for help, or find a group, find a place, find a community that's doing what you're doing, that is heading in the direction in terms of health that you want to head, and ask for assistance. That's why I encourage you always to come on the show, right? Let us know how you're doing. Join us in our community meetup, and we'll talk a little bit about that here before we get off the show tonight. Because when you are in that space, then you begin to understand and begin to feel that there is a place, there is hope for you. So overcoming setbacks, how do you do that? Remember that setbacks will happen. Identify the root cause of it. Ask for help. Reframe reframe setbacks as learning opportunities. Oh, yeah. We need to put a pin right here and talk a little bit about this. Reframe setbacks as learning opportunities. Setbacks, every setback that you have has a place or something that you could learn from it. And if you only see setbacks as problems, then they become insurmountable. They become this huge mountain. But the question to ask yourself is, okay, this thing happened. What do I learn from it? What is a nugget that I can take away from this? Right? In terms of fasting, for example, maybe the nugget that you take away from it is, hey, I need to make sure that I'm hydrated when I get into a fasting phase. Or if you had hypoglycemia, a low blood sugar, while you started fasting, hey, maybe I need to pay more attention to my monitor, my glucose monitor, right? So I could see when those numbers are coming. Hey, maybe I need to have a conversation with my doctor or my healthcare provider so that we can talk about how to adjust my medication. Right? So what am I learning? Hey, I need to drink more water. I need to get more sleep. I need to not plan that stressful event during the fasting. Hey, I need to plan so that I can be on the show with Dr. Woode at 7 o'clock Central on Mondays. Right? So see them as learning opportunities and then figure out, okay, what am I learning from this particular piece of, from this particular phase of setbacks, right? See them, reframe them as learning opportunities. And then practice self-compassion. Last week, as I was leaving to go out of town, I did one of my check-ins, and I said, hey, I'm going out of town. If you're going out of town, you're going to have stressful events that happen, and practice self-compassion. Make sure that you realize that this process that we're on is a process, and it takes time. People come in. I talked to somebody today who came into the office who was having some low blood sugars. They had fasted, and they are successfully, by the way, let me give a hand clap and a shout out. Right? So they had been fasting for 24 hours. And wasn't quite sure how to get to 36. So I said, well, why get to 36? How about 25 hours? Right, start slow. You're already at 25. Okay, now let's extend that. Practice self-compassion. If you have to interrupt a fast, that doesn't mean that you failed. If you have to go back on some medication because your blood sugars rose after you've been off of medication, that doesn't mean you're a failure. If you eat that cookie, if you drink that soda, if you didn't go to sleep like you were supposed to, if you succumb to one of those triggers, right? Remember heat, habits, emotions, access, and taste? If that happens, that doesn't mean that you're a failure. What do I learn from it? And then allow yourself the grace to now step back on the road. Okay? So overcoming setbacks. And one of the things that we got to do is when we're talking about setbacks, we got to make sure that we are, right, practicing and we're setting clear, smart goals. Because if you don't set goals, if you don't set clear, smart goals, then you won't know, first of all, are you being successful? And then it's a lot more difficult to know where you're heading and where you've been. So SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. That's what SMART, the acronym SMART stands for. So specific. I want to lose weight is not a specific goal. It is a goal, right? I want to lose weight, but it's not specific. I want to lose 10 pounds. That is a specific goal. measurable. You want to make sure that you're able to tell if you've achieved it. So if you say, I want to lose 10 pounds and you lose 5 pounds, that means you've not achieved the goal. It's a great place to be that you've lost 5 pounds. In fact, do you guys know what, I think I've shown you before the fat model. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm breaking stuff up. Okay, let me see. Let me put it over here. This is. Let's get that. Yeah, there we go. That, y'all, is 5 pounds. So I have people all the time come in and say, hey, I've only lost 5 pounds. I said, man, you have lost this, right? Or they say, I've only lost 10 pounds. Well, you've lost 2 of those. But back to the goal, is it measurable? Is it measurable? Is it specific, 10 pounds? Is it measurable? Well, 10 pounds is measurable. I can get on the scale and I can say yes or no. Is it achievable? Is it possible to lose 10 pounds? And the answer is yes. Specific, 10 pounds. Measurable, yes, I can get on the scale and I can see what my weight is. Is it achievable? Yes, it is. And is it relevant? Well, what's relevant, right? I want to be healthy. I want to lose weight so I can be healthy. I want to lose weight so I can control my blood sugar. I want to lose weight, right? Is it relevant to what I want to do? And is losing weight relevant to reversing diabetes? Yes, it is. And then is it time bound? Hey, y'all. So I want to lose 10 pounds. It's specific. It's measurable. It's achievable. It's relevant to the health goal that you have. But I want to lose 10 pounds in 50 years. Yeah, that's probably not where we want to be, right? So you want to set yourself up for success by having a time. So I want to, as you remember, when we talked about my journey starting last March, I said I wanted to lose 52 pounds. That's I wanted to lose 1/2 to 1 pound per week for the year. Right, so it's specific, it was measurable, it was certainly achievable, it was relevant to what I wanted, and it was time bound because I gave a specific time. Right, so we're going to come back and we're going to actually do a show together where we sit down and come up with a specific, a smart goal for you. We're going to walk through how do we do that here on the show. Right? So we want to set smart goals, because if we don't set smart goals, then we're not setting ourselves up for success. Right? Awesome. All right. So I see one of our community members hopped in, and so Teresa says, "Hello, Dr. Woode and everyone. Glad that you are here, Teresa. Thank you for coming through. We're talking about how to get back on track. Getting back on track. A lot of people during this time of the year." Are kind of, they've been doing it for a while and they are not quite sure if they are being successful. Maybe they're getting a little tired. Some habits that they had before have kind of crept back in. They've had some stressful events, some changes in schedule. They've had some burnout happen. And, so we're talking tonight about, okay, how do we get back on track? How do we get back on in the saddle? And then, hey, Steve, what's up, man? Hello. He said, hello, Teresa. Thank you guys for coming through. All right. So let's see. There we go. So we're talking about getting back on track. So smart goals, right? So setting smart goals, very important. And after we talk about smart goals, how do we stay motivated and how do we overcome obstacles? How do we stay motivated and overcome obstacles? Well, number one, right, a big part of it is what we just talked about, right? Setting the smart goals. Because if you're setting the smart goals, then you know where you are and you're able to track that. So you want to track your progress. So how do we stay motivated? Track your progress. See where you are. And that's why here, as I talk on the show, I have all these monitors and all these apps because I'm tracking what I'm doing. So when I get up and I look at that blood sugar and I see what it is, I'm like, okay, yeah. So this is helping me stay motivated. And I don't want that blood sugar to change, right? And I'm trying to, for some reason, my it won't pick up my phone. But yeah, so we're tracking all that information, right? So we want you to see what it is. I want to see what it is because my brain is not dependent on it, but it actually helps my brain to see the number. When I see the weight, when I check my ketones, right? So I know where I am. When I journal, and we haven't talked much about journaling, but that's a huge one that we'll come back and talk about at another time. So track your progress. And then, y'all, celebrate wins. Celebrate wins. It is a process. And if you wait until you get to the end of the journey to celebrate, that is a very hard process. It's a very hard journey. Okay? So you got to pause, and when you see successes, if you've lost a pound, if your blood sugar, all of a sudden you wake up and the blood sugar is, 5 points lower than it used to be. If you get your A1C and your doctor tells you that your A1C used to be, 8, 9, 10, and all of a sudden it's 9.5. Used to be 10, now it's 9.5. That's a celebration. Right? So don't wait until the A1C gets to 6.5. Celebrate where you are. With the intention of moving forward, though. Okay? So don't just celebrate and stay right where you are. Okay? So celebrate those wins. Identify your triggers. Identify your triggers, y'all. I gotta say, boom. You gotta say that. You got to identify your triggers, because if you don't identify your triggers, then you don't know what's pushing you. And we've talked here quite often about the HEAT model, right? So HEAT model is a huge idea about triggers and how triggers affect us, right? So identify the things that are triggering you to get off track, to eat when you're not supposed to, when you said you weren't going to eat, or to do other things that are counterproductive. For example, do you know that staying up late, and I have to put my hand up. You guys know I'm up here. I'm late a lot, right? So that is a huge trigger for eating. I know it. I experience it all the time. And I know it's one of my triggers, and it's of the things that I have, it's probably the one that I need to work on the most. And that's the one that I struggle with. Right? So identify your triggers and find healthier ways to deal with triggers. So if it's an emotion, if it's a habit, if it's access to something, if it's taste. Right? So Teresa, you'll get a kick out of this. I went to the store today, right, to get some stuff, and I picked up a can of cashews. And you guys, if you heard me talk, that's one of my things, right? Notice I didn't get the almonds, because I knew if I get the almonds, by the time I got home, it would be gone. But I did go and I get some cashews, and on the way home, so one serving of cashews, y'all. Does anybody know what one serving of cashews are, or is? Yeah, it's 18 pieces is what the can says. 18 pieces. So on the way home, right, I took some and I ate it, and I drove, and I took some more and I ate it, and I drove and I took some more and I ate. So I probably ate like 3 or 4 servings on the way home. So I got home and I said, okay, this has to stay in the car, right? So I can't take it in the house, because guess what? The can's going to be gone. So I know that's one of mine. All right, so identify your triggers and find healthier ways to deal with the triggers. Right. In this case, it was an access issue. I probably shouldn't. I shouldn't say I should not have gotten it when I went to the grocery store, but I got it, and it's access. It's here now. That's not in the house. Right. So what do you need to do? And then develop a support network. Yo. That is what we do here, y'all. Remember, we educate, we empower, and we encourage. That support, the support is so important, y'all, because the support helps you when you feel when you're having challenges, when you're having setbacks, when you're not being as successful, when you've stalled in your process. The network helps you. When you come on and we see you here, when you come to the community meetup, right? That's a huge one because that helps. Okay. And then after that, what we want to do is I want to talk about some specific strategies to help you overcome common obstacles. So number one, meal planning. And the obstacle that overcomes is that when you get home and you have not planned, you're likely to just grab whatever is available. You're likely to grab the thing that you weren't planning to eat. One of the things that we talked about several weeks ago is that access part of the HEAT model. And we talked about how to make sure that our environment at home, at work, and in the community, remember that? Right? Planning, meal planning. Plan your meals. Sit down at the beginning of the week and say, okay, this is what I'm going to eat. This is what I'm not going to eat. This is what we're going to prepare. Get it from the grocery store. Go out shopping. Get all those things together. And we did a 7-day meal plan several weeks ago in the show. If you've not done that yet, go back and watch that. Right? So prepare, because when you prepare, it's much easier to stay in the space. And once again, we're talking about putting diabetes in reversion or reversing diabetes. This works for lots of other diseases, but specifically here, I'm talking about type 2 diabetes, adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we reverse your diabetes? Meal planning. Number 2, mindful eating. Mindful eating. So when you sit down to eat, turn off the TV, turn off the computer, turn off the iPhone or Android if you have one, right? And focus on the food. Enjoy the taste, enjoy the flavors, enjoy the crunch, enjoy the texture of the food. You're much more satisfied. Otherwise, what happens is you end up eating, you eat the food, you don't even know the food has gone through. You don't appreciate it. And so your brain goes to try to find something else for you to enjoy. Mindful eating. Physical activity. Physical activity is a huge one. And I gave you the example last week, right? Because I was preparing to go on this trip. And on Tuesday or Wednesday, I was feeling anxious. I was in the process of fasting. And I felt as though my blood sugar was low. And I checked it and it was normal, y'all. So I knew it couldn't be low blood sugar. You know, you get that if you've had low blood sugar, you know, you get that jittery, kind of shaky feeling, right? That's what I felt like. And I was like, no, this can't be hypoglycemia. This is not low blood sugar. Because I got my monitors, I checked it. And so I said, okay, this is the cortisol, this is the anxiety, this is the excitement. And so I went walking, and I walked for about 20 minutes and burned through some of that cortisol that had been building up in my system. And that helped me deal with this cortisol that was there. So one of the ways to overcome some of the obstacles, stresses, for example, is physical activity. And then specifically stress management. Learn some stress management techniques. Right? Meditation, yoga, a morning routine. All of those things are specific things you can do that will help you manage stress. When I get stressed, there's a place I go. Y'all, in my head, St. Simon's Island. If you've never been there, and I have no affiliation with them, but I love this place. My wife and I went there years ago for one of our anniversaries. And when I go there, when I'm stressed, I close my eyes, or sometimes I'm even talking to people, and I imagine, right, driving across the bridge off the coast of Georgia, right between Georgia and Florida there, and driving across that bridge, getting to the island. And it was a nice little small island. When we got there that day, it was raining a little bit, just a little overshadowed, cloudy. And we went into the little cottage place that we stayed, and they had turned down the bed. They got a little mint on the bed. My wife and I went walking down the sidewalk. Right. So even as I'm describing it right now, I can feel, right, the calm coming over me. So find your place. If it's music, that's fine. Sometimes I'll sit, right, when summertime, when there's a tree right outside on the other side of this desk, when that window is open, and I count the leaves on the tree. There's a book that I read called The Power of Now. The Power of Now. And the and the author was saying that enjoy the moment, enjoy this moment. You know, as you're sitting, if you're driving in the car, feel the vibration of the steering wheel in your hand. Enjoy the sensation. When you're in the shower, sometimes I'm in the shower and I need to calm down, or something is going on, a stressful thing on my mind, and I'm there and I can imagine, I'm trying to imagine each of the water drops as they're hitting my body, or I'm trying to count them. Because when I'm counting, my brain can't go to that other place. Play some music in the background. So stress management, all those things are very important. Okay. And then, if you're on medication, make sure that you are being adherent. Make sure you're taking your medication. Now, let me make a point here. A lot of what we do, a lot of what we teach, a lot of what we are saying has with it a component of you've got to adjust your medication. Like some of you who are on right now, right? You know that we teach, and I talk to my patients, I tell them, this is how I want you to adjust your medication. I teach that because you cannot be at home and be incorporating the things that we're talking about and not adjust medications. So make sure you're talking to your healthcare provider about adjusting your medication. How many times did I say that? Enough? Okay, good. Having said that, make sure you're taking it. Often I have people come in and I'll say to them, we're going to titrate your medication down because as you begin incorporating fasting, mindful eating, emotional intelligence, finding out your why, dealing with your stress, sleeping, drinking water, physical activity, all those things, your blood sugar is going to start coming down. So we're going to have to begin titrating your medication down. And so they go home and all they heard was stop medication. That's not what I said. Right? What I said is we need to begin adjusting your medication down based on what you're doing. So you can't just stop it and then say, okay, when this improves, I won't be on medication. No, the medication decreases as you make changes that cause your blood sugars to improve unto the point where you don't have to take medication again. Right? I see actually someone that's in our audience right now who we were so excited last week when he said, hey, I'm off the insulin. I had somebody who came to the office today, called to come in for an early visit because he was on an insulin pump and was able to get off the pump and now is having low blood sugars. So came in so that we can adjust medication further. Can you imagine being on an insulin pump, taking the insulin, and then now saying, okay, I don't have to do that anymore? All right. And then regular monitoring. That's why I do all the things that I do here on the channel in terms of looking at my monitors, looking at the graphs so that you guys can see all of that. And then the support network, once again, there it is, y'all. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. But if you want to go far and want to be successful, take other people with you. The support network is so important. And I love our network. I love our support here on the channel and in our community. And then what's another strategy to overcome common obstacles? Always be learning, continuous learning. That's what I teach, right? So that is the pillar of the platform, the show. The pillar of getting off of insulin, reversing diabetes are those things, right? So number 1, decrease insulin. Number 2, right, suppress appetite. Number 3, get rid of sugar. But the pillar of the platform that I am on, the pillar of the platform that I'm here teaching and I want you to get is education, empowerment, and encouragement. Get data, get information, continuously learn. Always be in the mindset of learning, because the more you know, the more you can then make decisions. Always be learning. Always be learning. All right, let's see what we got. So Steve said hello, Teresa. Teresa says, hi, Steve. Congratulations on your achievements. Definitely, definitely, Steve. Steve says, I'm still on target. I just finished a 24-hour fast. There we go. My man, Steve. I love it, love it, love it. And Teresa, I think you're laughing at the cashews, right? I know. And then Teresa says, I appreciate our support network. Yes, our network. I love the community that we are in. So I'm very glad that you're in this space. And we'll talk a little bit here in just a minute about our next community meetup that's going to happen. Okay. All right. So y'all, that's what we do. That's how we do what we do when we do. Let's hop over and let's take a look at my my monitor. Well, not my monitor, because I can't get that up for some reason. I'll probably reboot that here. But in the meantime, we can take a look at my report. So let's do that right now. Let's do this one. Yeah. Okay. So here is my Dexcom, and this is for the last 14 days, April 23rd to May 6th, which is today. Let's go ahead and we're just going to set that up for 90 days. So we can see what my average blood sugar has been over the last 90 days. And while that's doing, let's see if I can grab another one of these cables. So I can get my monitor to come up. Okay. So, but anyway, you see there on the screen, that is what my average blood sugar has been for the last 90 days, 114. You'll see that it says that my glucose management indicator is 6, right? And we've talked about that before, because when I went to my doc, my A1C was 6.1. My time in range is 95%. The range here is 70 to 180. But of course, I tell you, if you're one of my patients, you know that the range just is a safety issue, 70 to 180. But I tell people I want their blood sugars to be closer to about 120 to 125. Because if we're going to get an A1C of 6.5, you can't have a blood sugar of 180, because that's the top of the range. That's considered in the normal range, but it's not an A1C of 6.5. Okay? All right. And then let's scroll down and let's actually take a look at the daily graphs, so that we can see what's been going on over the last several days with me. All right, so we ended our fast on Friday night. And if you remember, I did, as I got on the road, we did end the fast. It took us about 3.5 hours maybe to get there. And so I ate on the way, or right at that time. And you'll see there my blood sugars began climbing. So I ended right here. 70s, 90s, right? Got to a little bit over 100 by midnight. And then that next morning, right, in the 100s, we did have a low here. You see that, right? So even after I had eaten, right, after I fasted, look at that. And then for the rest of that day, kind of climbed up. And so we had lunch over at the church that we were at. They had a program, and look at that. We stayed in the 130s, 140s, popped up to 153 right there. And then at one point, actually right here, got up to about 170. And I'm trying to think of what I had there, and I can't remember what it was. But that was Saturday, so that's a day after ended the fast. And then on Sunday morning, right in the 150s, I got up to about 160, I think, right there. Into that morning, and there's that one spiked up to 190, and then started coming back down, 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 and then right here was went out to dinner with my wife, and actually, I do want to try to see if I can show you my phone, because I have those pictures of what I ate. Okay, let's see if that comes up now. go back over here. And okay, for some reason there we go. Try again, right? If at first you don't succeed, keep going. All right, so let's come over here. So first, let's take a look at the actual reading. So that's my blood sugar right now. All right, so 111, and that's according to the Libre. And then if I go over and get my Dexcom, let's see, continue the app. Let's take a minute to pull up. But that's that right there. And then let me pop out of here for a second because I want to pull up a couple of pictures so you guys can see. All right. So this is me at the restaurant. And so that's the menu right there. And let's see. Okay, so this is what I had. So I had this is a Caesar salad with salmon, blackened salmon. Doesn't it look good? And croutons. Now, y'all, let me say this. I tried, right? So I did not eat all the croutons. I left 1, 2, 3, 5. I left 6 of them, right? But they were so good. It was so good, right? But I was full actually because I had also. So that's that. I checked my blood sugar before, as I was starting to eat. So it was 80, 87. So I had some chili, and of course I started eating the chili before I took a picture. So that's why you don't see a full bowl. And of course I had water to drink. I usually get like a Diet Coke or something when I go out, but all right. So that is so that is what resulted. And let me go back over here. So if we look at Sunday, so that was right here as we were eating. And so that resulted in these numbers right here. So 130s, 140s, 150s. And then, of course, coming into today, right, so we've been hanging out in the 120s. 130s, 130s, 120s, 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 120s. And y'all, I don't think I've said this recently. So it's been about 2 months since I've had any medication. Yo-ho! Right? So about 2 months, actually a little over 2 months, because I think I mentioned, Teresa, do you remember, or was it Jennifer, when I mentioned that the Manjaro we couldn't get it? Right, so we run into the same issues that you run into, can't get it, right? And so I've been off of that, and so these numbers that you're seeing are a result or are on nothing, right? This is just fasting, right? Isn't that amazing? I love that. I had a guy come to the office today, and he said he does his fasting twice a month, right? So 24 hours a day, twice a month, and he's been able to drop his medication. I think he's gotten off one medication, and he's in the process of titrating down another, right? So that is amazing to me. I love hearing that and seeing that. So, but anyway, y'all, that's what's been going on. That's what's been going on with all of the numbers. And okay, you still see my. Let me change that one. Okay, there you go. No, I'll put the food up. Okay, because I like, you guys like the food. There we go. But if you want to see blood sugars, let's do blood sugars. How about that? There we go. All right. Yeah. So this I like this scene because I was trying to think of something I can do that had a representation of all the stuff that we're doing tonight. Okay. And there it is. There it is right there. All right. Oh wow. Oh wow. Let me pop this over here. So let's go back over here. And so Teresa is saying, "Great job, Doctor." Oh no. Let's start over here. So she says, "Yes, cashews." And Steve said, "I had cashews on my fast ending dish last." Okay. All right. That's a night. And Teresa said, "Great job, Doc." Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. And then she said, what an encouragement. And then Steve said, "I dropped metformin last week." Steve, my man. Love it. Y'all, that's what I'm talking about right there. Okay? So progress. So progress. Notice that Steve didn't say he dropped insulin and metformin and all that stuff back then. It was a process. Remember, I mentioned to you guys that in September of last year, I stopped the insulin went away, and then we've kind of gone through the process of dropping. Now, this last one dropped because of circumstances, right? So it was the pharmacy didn't have it, and so one of the questions that I'm going to ask you guys, and actually I was planning to do a show, which I still may do, and the question is, should I restart Manjaro? Right? Should I restart Manjaro? Because the pharmacy finally called and said, "Hey, we got it now." So that's a whole nother conversation. All right, y'all. I'm so stoked. I'm so excited. I am so geeked to be here in this space with you for our community. We will be having our next community meetup. Coming up this month on May the 23rd. Right, at 7 p.m. Make sure that you are here. May the 23rd at 7 p.m. We'll have that link coming out again for you to sign up. We're actually, I think, hopefully this month we'll have the platform and we'll describe more about that later on. Okay? So our challenge for this month, y'all, is for you to invite someone on the journey with you. And I'm not talking about just saying to them, "Hey, you should do this." I'm talking about actively working to invite someone on the journey that is connected with you. When I say connected, that they are in the process and you guys are doing it together and you're holding each other accountable. So I don't want someone that you talk to and they said, yes, they're going to do it. And then 5 months later, "Hey, you never did that thing." No. All right. Remember what we're doing. We are building a community. So I want you to find someone, a friend, a cousin, a mama, a sister, a daughter, uncle, a grandmama, right? A coworker, a teacher, a physician, someone that you're going to say, "Hey, this is what I'm doing in terms of being healthy, and I'd like you to come along with me," and actively work to get them moving in that direction with you. Remember what we do. We educate, we empower, we encourage, right? The encouragement is a huge part of what we do. So that's your challenge for this month, is to find someone that needs this information and invite them and mentor them. Okay, that's the word I want to use. I want you to mentor someone in this process along with you. We've been going through this now. It's going to be 5. This is our 5th month. Right? It's a great place for them to jump in because we just did this getting back on track. It's a great place as we launch into the rest of into this next quarter. This is a great place for them to attach and come on and join the community. All right. Well, always, y'all. I say I cannot appreciate it. I cannot say how much I appreciate you being here and spending some time as we walk through this together, as we all get healthy. If you are out there right now and you're thinking to yourself, "Man, they're just talking about diabetes. They're just talking about blood sugar. They're just talking about insulin. I want you to know that it's not just about diabetes. Now, we're talking to diabetics, adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission. That's what we're doing. But all the things that we talk about will also improve the metabolic milieu, the metabolic diseases, the associated things that a lot of people find themselves in. Prediabetes, a huge one. Right now on the planet, there are over 1 billion people that have diabetes and prediabetes, about half and half split. Well, actually, it's a little bit more prediabetes, right? So the diabetics have 430 to 460 million, and the rest are pre-diabetic. So over 1 billion people on the planet. And all of those who are suffering from metabolic disease, not type 1s, we're talking about type 2s, they can have improvement in their disease process. If you have fatty liver, non-alcoholic fatty liver, if you have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian syndrome, obesity, if you struggle with obesity and being overweight, this will help you as well. So just because you're not diabetic doesn't mean that this is not for you. Okay. Here on the platform, as I always say, our platform is built on education, empowerment, and encouragement. Education, all the shows, the website, the blog, the podcast, all of that is with the information and with the idea of giving information and providing you a place where you can learn. Remember, continuous learning is one of the pillars or one of the things that we said on how we can overcome obstacles. Continuous learning. That's what we do here on the show. Education, empowerment, the tools that we're learning, right? How to get back on track. That's a tool. How to fast. That's a tool. Emotional intelligence. That's a tool. The 5 whys, that's a tool. How to titrate your medication, how to have a conversation with your doctor, which medication should you be on, which one should you stop. All of those are tools that you can use to put into practice. Okay? How to create a 7-day menu. Love it. All of those are tools. So we educate, we empower by providing tools, and we encourage by the community. You are part of the community. Your story encourages, your challenges makes people know that they're not by themselves. And then the heat model, the things that push us in a direction to break our fast, to interrupt our fast, to get off track, right? So habits, emotions, access and taste, triggers for food, the habits that we formed, the emotions that drive us, being sad, being depressed, lonely, tired, frustrated, all of those are things that will push us to eat. And then, of course, access, like I talked about with my nuts that are in the car, the cashews. And then taste. The right amount of sugar, right amount of salt, and right amount of carbohydrates or fat. Those are things that push us. And then our call to action. Number 1, join the challenge. Join the challenge. Each month we have a challenge. You heard the one for tonight. It is to mentor someone in this process. Invite somebody to go along with you and mentor them as they move through this process with you. Okay? Bring them on the show. Number 2, let us know what you're going, what's happening in your world, right? Share your story. When you share your story, we know that we can do it. Like Steve said, right? He just finished a 24-hour fast. He's off of his metformin. All of those are stories that we want to hear. When you have challenges, we want to hear your challenge. So don't just share with us the successes. Let us know where are some points of struggle so that we can rally around you and rally around each other. And then the final point speaks to our challenge for this month. Invite a friend, invite a family member, invite someone to be in this space with you. You can be the voice to improve your community. You can be the voice to change your family. You can be the voice to change your job situation. The people there who may be suffering from metabolic diseases, you can be the voice of change. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. And we will see you later on this month, actually later this week, as we begin our next fast and we do a check-in with you. Good night. This is Dr. Dwain Woode, as always. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life. Avoid complications and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. Have a great one.
What's going on, Dr. Wood with an E? This is Mr. Riley coming to you live from the West Coast, the best coast, the West Side. And I just stopped by to say happy anniversary. Man, I know you're a good person because you are celebrating your YouTube anniversary the same month that I'm celebrating my wedding anniversary. And so I'm celebrating 27 years. Man, I hope we can get 27 years of content from you as you seek to empower, encourage, and educate your subscribers and just the community as a whole as we as we reverse the diabetes, reverse diabetes. So just wanted to stop by and say, hey, I'm excited. I'm happy for you. I'm looking forward to all of the great content that you're going to continue to produce. I can reflect when we first met online in one of the Facebook creating content challenges. And then we even met during at the beginning or the end of last year, 2023 to 2024, when you were out here in Los Angeles. And so it was a pleasure to meet you in person. And so, man, just continue success on your channel. And we look forward to seeing all of the great things that are coming from your desk, from your content creation desk. So keep up the good work. We really appreciate you. And man, just nothing but success for you and also for your family. So again, thank you for everything that you do. This is Mr. Riley coming to you live from the West Coast, the best coast, the West Side. Take care, and we will catch you in your next video. Peace.
We get questions about how to succeed. How do we get better in all the things we do? And specifically, how do we get better in terms of our health? You know, it's interesting that oftentimes we don't have problems and we don't have difficulty succeeding because we don't want to succeed or because we don't have a desire. But we often have trouble because we don't have a plan and we don't have clear goals. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight on this show. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. I'm talking specifically to people who have type 2 diabetes, adults who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to get off of diabetes medications, who want to reverse their diabetes. And that's what we've been spending our time over the last several months talking about, and tonight is no exception. If you're new to me, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to give you a hand clap and to welcome you with some music. And to let you know that I am so excited that you are here with us tonight as we go through the show. If you do have questions, go ahead and put those in the chat because we want to get to them. We want to answer those questions and let you know that we are interested in what you're doing. And like we do, y'all, as we go through the show, I've got some numbers that we're going to take a look at. I've got my meter that's setting off here to the side. You'll see those there. I've got my reports, and we'll take a look at all of that as we get into the show tonight. So welcome, welcome, all of you who are out there. Glad that you are taking some time to just kind of hang out with us here as we go through the show. It looks like I'm having a little bit of a delay, actually, if you guys see that. But anyway, we'll keep going. Well, welcome. Over the last several months, we've been talking about putting our diabetes in remission, about reversing our diabetes, and tonight we're going to just continue that process as we discuss how do we set healthy goals. What is the process for doing that? And how do we go about doing it? And so we're going to talk specifically about how do we set SMART goals. SMART goals are the things that we're going to be using. As I mentioned at the top of the show, it's uncommon for people to just fail because they want to. Right now, there are places, there are times when, because of circumstances, we've decided that we're not going to do that. But for the most part, if you have a desire, if you have an idea, if you want to succeed in something, often the reason that that thing does not come to fruition, the reason it doesn't succeed is not because you don't have a desire, because we've all got desires. Like, I want to lose weight. I want to get better blood sugar. I want to make some money, right? I want to have a bigger house. I want to have a better job. I want to marry a prince, right? So all of those are dreams. They are desires that we have. But a desire, a dream without a plan remains a dream. And so our goal has to be to put a context into that desire, into that dream, put some form to that dream so that it can be successful. And we're going to talk about that here tonight. So let's just hop over into that. So we're going to talk about SMART goals, right? So SMART goals. SMART goals are, they serve as guideposts. What is a SMART goal? A SMART goal, and we'll kind of go through the acronym: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. That's what SMART stands for. It's an acronym. And they serve kind of as the guideposts for the things that we're going to do. They allow us to know whether we have a clear idea of what we want to do, whether we have a clear path for measuring what we want to do. Is this something that's even achievable? And not just is it achievable, is it relevant to the things that I want to do? Or is it relevant to what I'm going to do? And then is there a time frame within which I'm going to work on getting that done, right? So SMART, that's what the SMART acronym stands for. And like I said, they serve as guideposts, and they help us to stay focused. If we don't have those guideposts, sometimes we can get derailed, right? And they help us to stay motivated, because when we achieve them, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a minute. And you know, as you face challenges, as you face perhaps disappointments, as you face opportunities that come along the way, the SMART goal helps us to remain where we need to be. Okay? So that's what SMART stands for. So let's hop over. Let's go ahead and just kind of walk through these. So specific. So we want our goals to be specific. What does that mean? Your goal should be clear and well-defined. You want to avoid vague generalities and vague statements. Like, I want to be rich. While it is a great idea, it might be a great dream, but it's not specific enough. What does rich mean? What does rich mean to you? Rich may have a different idea that, to me, than it does to you. And so what is your definition of rich? Now, there are some general definitions of different things. Like, I want to be rich. I want to be healthy. I want to be influential, right? So there are certain basic ideas that we have as a community, as a society, have kind of generally said this is what that means. And so if you're shooting for one of those, great. But if it's something that is personal, then it's got to be specific. And as we're coming up with the specific idea, right, we want to flesh that out and be specific. The question is, we want to use the whys, right? So when we talked about whys at the beginning of the year, coming up with your why you want to do something, the whys actually come back in here in terms of being specific, right? Ask yourself the whys. And the first why is, what do you want to accomplish? What is it really that you are setting out to do? And why is it important? Who is involved with it? What resources do I need to bring to bear? Where will this happen? Which resources or constraints do I need to be mindful of? And what resources are relevant? So we're going to ask those whys, because as we're coming up with this specific idea, right? I want to lose weight, not necessarily specific enough, right? Well, I shouldn't say specific enough. It is not specific, right? So how do we move from this vague idea to a space where, okay, this is now something that we can do, right? Instead of, I want to get in shape, right? I want to lose 5 pounds. I just want to lose 10 pounds. I want to lose 15 pounds. I want to begin exercising. I want to begin exercising 30 minutes a day. So be specific, right? So as we're talking about, okay, how do we set these goals? we want to make sure that we are specific in them, right? So specific. So the S stands for the S stands for specific. Measurable. Your goal should be able to be measured, right? So not just specific, but can we measure it? Are there specific criteria to measure whether you are achieving it? Remember, we said this is going to serve as a guidepost. And if you have a guidepost, you've got to be able to know, okay, did I meet that guidepost? Right? When you've accomplished it, did I get there? How are you going to know if it's not measurable? So I want to be rich, right? It's not very specific, but I want to make $1 million. Okay, that's pretty specific. And you can measure that. So if you look in your bank account and you don't have $1 million, guess what? We're not there. Right? So losing 10 pounds is a measurable goal because I can get on the scale, and I could track it. Today, I'm down 1 pound. Tomorrow, 2 pounds, 3 pounds, 4 pounds, 5 pounds. And after a while, okay, I've achieved what I want to be, where I want to be. Is it measurable? Specific, measurable. And then we want to know, is it achievable? Your goal should be achievable. It should be realistic. Well, let me back up. Because I just heard someone yelling at the screen. No, we want to shoot for the stars. And yes, we do want to shoot for the stars. We want you to aim for the highest place that you can go. Okay? That's what we want. So I tell my son, I said, shoot for the stars, right? Be the best, be the highest, be wherever you, right? So that's what we want to do. But as we're coming up with these goals, these achievable goals, is it something that's achievable? If you've never jogged before, setting a goal of running a marathon in a month, probably not achievable within that period of time. Now, there are some of you out there that, yeah, you can do that. But generally speaking, probably not something that we can do, right? I want to bench press 500 pounds. If you've never lifted any weights in the next week, probably not achievable, right? Unless you're Popeye and you popping those, remember what Popeye was eating the spinach, right? So you can probably do that if that's the case, right? So it might be unrealistic if you're trying to do that, right? When it's essential to aim high, right? Setting unrealistic goals can lead to frustration and discouragement. Let me say it again, frustration and discouragement. So as you're coming up with, okay, what am I going to do? What am I trying to achieve, right? Is it something that's achievable? Saying, okay, I'm going to go to the moon tomorrow, right? Is it something that's possible? It's certainly possible, but is it achievable? Unlikely. I'm not going to say not achievable, but it's unlikely, right? So start with a more achievable goal, like, okay, instead of I'm going to run a marathon in a month, okay, I'm going to run a 5K. How about this? Okay, I'm going to walk a mile. Okay, let's start there. So is it achievable? So specific, measurable, is it achievable? And relevant, right? Is it relevant? What does that mean? That means that it has to be within the sphere of the thing that you want. If you are planning to, if you're planning to lose weight, then getting a certification in engineering, while that's lofty and while that's great, doesn't really help you with this particular thing. Right? So is the pursuit, is the thing that you're doing relevant to the desire that we want, the goal that we want? Right? So your goal should be relevant and meaningful to you. It should align with your interests, with your passions, with your current circumstances. Avoid setting goals simply because other people expect you to be in that space. Right? So you want to make sure that the goals are relevant to your specific thing that you're trying to do. And then is it time bound? Is it time bound? Now going back to the goal of running a marathon. Now, if I set a goal that I'm going to run a marathon and I give enough time, then certainly that is achievable. It's relevant, perhaps to my health journey. It's measurable, and it's specific. But the time-bound piece has to be with, you have to give enough time. So your goal should have a clear time frame or a deadline. Okay, I'm going to be rich. Okay. There's no measure of when that's happening. There's no time element to it. This creates what? It creates a sense of urgency, and it prevents you from just kind of waxing and waning, right? And just kind of hanging out. Because there are some things that I said I was going to do that I haven't done because I didn't put a time to it. It avoids procrastination. It establishes a set of parameters that allows you to know, okay, am I making good progress? If the thing that I want to do is next month and it's, a couple of days before it's supposed to be due, guess what? Hey, I may need to get on it. Right? It's kind of like that paper that you have to do or that project in school. You want to make sure that you are doing all the things that you need to do to be able to achieve it. Okay? So is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it relevant? And is it time bound? So we want to create SMART goals. Once again, we don't fail, or we don't have difficulty succeeding because we don't have a dream, we don't have a desire, we don't have aspirations, because we've got those, but we don't succeed often because we don't have a plan, we don't have a goal, right? And the plan part is a whole another component of this, but first let's set the goal. Let's come up with something that is measurable, that's specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Okay, so when we talk about health, and we've been talking about health, that's where we are, right? When we talk about health, there are numerous things that people within their health framework are interested in. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the common struggles that people face. And some of the most common struggles that people face, particularly as in this arena, right? We're talking about blood sugars and diabetes and metabolic disease and so forth. One of the most common struggles that people have is the struggle for blood sugar management. I can't tell you the number of people that come into the office that say to me, hey, this is just frustrating, right? I don't understand what's going on with my blood sugar. I don't know why it does what it does. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's anything that I could do that will put this blood sugar where I want it to be, right? So people kind of have that frustration as they talk about blood sugars, and it is a very common one, right? Also, weight management, right? If you're out there and you have struggled with weight, just put a yes in the comments. I'll put my hand up. Okay. And we've talked about that as we moved through New Year, New You. It's a huge one. In fact, many of the things that we do in the process of New Year, New You on the show, as we talk about the various topics, there's a component of weight in there because we want to see that weight improve as well. So when we talk about weight management, okay, that's another one. Nutritional challenges. Right, so blood pressure, and I'm going now based in order, right? For people who are diabetic, adults with diabetes, who are interested in reversing their body, this is it right here. Blood sugar management. What do I do? My weight. They say I need to lose weight. How do I get that done? Nutritional challenges. Hey, we spent a lot of time here on the show in a lot of our episodes talking about creating a meal plan, creating or eat the types of things that we eat. Consistent exercise, right? That's a big one. How do we maintain this place that we said that we are going to be in? How do we continue doing the things that we say we're going to do in terms of exercising? Because guess what? Life happens. How about medication management, right? Many people say, hey, I struggle trying to take my medicine. And what's our goal, by the way, right? So I tell people, hey, if you struggle with medicine, particularly as we talk about diabetes, right? I'm not going to get into some of the other medications that people are on out there, but when we're talking about diabetes medicines, how do we make sure that we don't have to struggle with diabetes medication? How about not being on diabetes medication, right? Because that's one of our goals. That's one of our goals. How do we get rid of as much medication as we can and remain healthy? How about emotional eating? That's huge. You remember we talked about the heat model, right? We talked about the heat model. We talked about this guy right here. These are some of the things that happen, right? So the emotional, a big part of that, a big component of that is emotional, right? How about social pressures? Social pressures. I went out with some folks this past weekend, took my wife, took my mother-in-law out. And so we're sitting around the table. And of course, I had different plans of what I was going to eat and, right, social pressure. How do you handle all that stuff? And then there are financial constraints. We talked a bit about access several weeks ago as we were talking through the heat model, right? Access. Right. Sometimes people don't have access to certain types of foods. We say, hey, you need to eat healthy. You need to eat less carbs. You need to eat more fresh fruits and vegetables. Guess what? Often, people don't have a car. They can't get there. They live in a food desert. All those different types of things. They're financial constraints. How about healthcare access? We just talked about a little bit about that. And then mental health struggles. So if you are depressed, right? Then guess what? That emotional eating that you see there, that becomes a big issue. Because the depression pushes through, y'all, the decisions that we make about food. That's why that model is so important, because if we don't get a handle on some of those things that are in the heat model, then it's difficult to even think about blood sugars. So it's a huge, huge issue. So common struggles, those are some of the common struggles. And so let's go ahead through, and now I want to kind of walk through a couple of things with you in terms of what we do in setting up or creating SMART goals, right? So kind of setting up SMART goals. So let's talk a little bit about blood sugar management. Blood sugar management. So if I set a blood sugar goal, and let me pop back over here briefly. So I want better blood sugars. Now, as we talk through this particular one, I want you to understand what our ultimate goal is, right? So our goal here on the show, New Year, New You, is we're talking about reversing diabetes. We're talking about getting off of medication. We're talking about improving metabolic syndrome and all those components, right? But if we're talking about specifically about blood sugar management, right? Before you get off the medication, or even after you get off the medication, right? Because that's one of the things that people struggle with. So they're off medication, so they don't have the backup of the medication to treat the blood sugar. So how do we manage that? Right? So, hey, I want to get better blood sugars. That's kind of general. So how do we make that a little bit more specific? Well, a smart idea there is managing fasting blood sugars, getting them to be between 80 and 130, and having an A1C below 6.5. So one is, I need to improve my blood sugar. Great idea, great thought, great dream, great desire, but it's not specific. Having blood sugars, I want blood sugars between 80 and 130 in the morning, and I want an A1C below 6.5. That now is a very specific idea. Now, let me back up a second, and let's go back to let's go back and let's talk about this list. I guess one thought first is how do I decide, like, which of those things, which of the goals, which of the desires, which of the dreams is the one I should tackle first? Right? That's a great idea. That's a great question. How do I decide which one of those that I should go for? And it depends on your circumstance. Depends on your circumstance. So as I talk to people in the office, I talk to patients and I talk to clients, everybody wants to lose 60 pounds by June. Everybody wants to get off of medicine tomorrow. Everybody wants to reverse their heart disease in a month. Right? So that's it, because everybody has that desire. And those are all very lofty. They're very admirable. But as you're looking at the things that are on your list, right? Part of it is really sitting down and deciding and coming up with, okay, where do I need to be? What are the things that are most critical in my life? What are the things that are causing me the most health issues? If you've had a heart attack, if you've had a stroke, if you have kidney disease, and your doctor says to you, hey, this is from your blood sugar, then the very first thing that we've got to do is get the blood sugars better. I want you to listen to me. If the things that are going on in your health right now are due to blood sugar, then getting the blood sugar better is the thing that you need to be working on. Now, in the process of getting the blood sugar better, does that mean that next week we're going to call you reversing your diabetes? The answer is no, because there may be some things that you've got to do right now to get that blood sugar down while you work on the other things that we've talked about. Which is why, if you remember, we had a show where we talked about how long should I fast? And there were various levels of fasting that I gave based on where you were. So if you come into the office today and you say, hey, my doctor says that next week I've got to have this surgery and they can't do the surgery because my blood sugars are too high. Can we get my blood sugar down? Yes, we can. We've got a lot of different ways to get the blood sugar down. If it's next week, we can fast you from now until next week. Guess what? The blood sugars are going to be down. We can get you on some medication that brings the blood sugar down by next week. We get the blood sugar down. So your specific situation depends, what you work on for us depends on where you are, okay? So as we're going through, I don't want you to think that we're jumping to a particular thing because that's the one that you need to work on. We've got to figure out, okay, where's your pain point? Where's your health issue? And then based on that, then we decide, okay, what do we need to do? For the most part, however, a lot of the disease processes that are out there, a lot of the things that you struggle with have to do with blood sugar. That's why managing diabetes, reversing diabetes is so critical, because it touches so many areas of your life in terms of your health. Okay? All right. So back to our example. So blood sugar. We want to manage blood sugar. So we want to improve our blood sugar. So not that I want better numbers. I want better blood sugars. Not specific enough. You've got to say, okay, where do I want those numbers to be? And in particular, as we're talking about diabetes, a very important one is the A1C. Because remember, the A1C is a marker of what the blood sugars are. So I want blood sugars to be between these ranges, and I want my A1C to be a certain place. So that's specific. Is it measurable? Yes, it is measurable, because you can at home, like we've talked about here, you can at home be looking at blood sugars based on either your meters, right? Either meters, or you can look at blood sugars based on your continuous monitor, right? Which we have, right? So you'll see, I think it's over here somewhere, right there. Not that way, right here. Okay, so we can look at blood sugars. So you have a way of measuring it. And then when you go to the office, you have the A1C that your doctor will order on your blood work. Okay, remember we have a show that's going to be coming up soon where we're talking about those numbers that we're watching, those measurable numbers, A1C, your kidney function, your liver function, your cholesterol, all those things. So there's a show coming up, so keep an eye out for that one. But is it measurable? Is it achievable? Right? Is the next piece of it. Is it achievable? Is it achievable for you to get an A1C less than 6.5? Yes, it is. Can you get blood sugars between 80 and 130? Yes, you can. And if you're one of my patients, you know that we tell you that we want your blood sugar specifically to be between 100 and 120, right? So it falls within that range that you have, that I'm talking about. So specific numbers, right? So you can follow a personalized meal plan, exercise regularly, and take your prescription medication as directed. So it is achievable. And notice I did not put in there fasting because I don't want everybody to think that the only thing you can do is fast. No, it's not. It is a huge tool. It is an amazing tool. But there are other things that we do as we are managing blood sugars. Right? It is the thing that we are promoting, that we do on a regular basis, that we've seen amazing results from, that you've seen amazing results from, right? And you've heard it as you've come on the show. But coming up with a plan. Remember, as we talked about at the beginning of the year, our goal was to work our way to fast for one day a week, 24-hour period. So is it achievable? Is it relevant, y'all? Right? So relevant, right? Is it related to what we want to do? So improving blood sugar, getting better control, reduces the risk of diabetes-related complications. And what are those diabetes-related complications? They are high blood pressure, high cholesterol, coronary artery disease, polycystic ovarian syndrome, obesity, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, metabolic syndrome, on and on and on and on and on. So is it relevant to what we want to be? What we want to do? Yes, it is. And then is it time bound? Well, you want to aim to achieve and maintain target blood sugars within the next 6 months. Now, if you're one of my patients, you know our timeline, right? So every 3 months you get that A1C, and every 3 months I'm expecting to see progression, improvement. So you got 3 months. And you've got the monitor, you got the meter. Okay, let's put those together and let's begin moving in that direction. So SMART. So it's specific, measurable, is it achievable, is it relevant, and is it time bound? Okay, so we want to make sure that we are moving in that direction. And just want to do a quick shout out here, Teresa. Hey, Teresa, she says, hi, Dr. Woode and everyone. Glad that you are here, Teresa, to hang out with us. So we're talking about setting health goals. How do we set health goals? We've just gone through the SMART acronym: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Okay. All right. So the other one that people kind of struggle with is this idea of weight. So weight management. So we could say as part of, as our goal, I want to lose weight. And it is a good dream. It's a good ambition. It's a good desire, but it is not a goal. It's not a SMART goal. I shouldn't say it's not a goal. It is not a SMART goal. It is a goal. So I want to lose weight. Great. But it's not a SMART goal. And remember, when we're talking about SMART, we're talking about specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So how do we make that into a SMART goal? Well, number one, let's put a number to it. Let's put a number to the goal. So not that I want to lose weight, but I want to lose a specific amount of weight. If you remember, when we set our goal, we talked a little bit about this. When I set my goal last year, the goal was to lose 52 pounds within the year. 52 pounds within the year. That was, well, let me back up. The goal was a half a pound to 1 pound per week, right? So I didn't say, so notice I had to come back and reframe that, right? Because 52 pounds in a year, okay, right? And we'll talk a little bit about being a little bit more condensed in your thought. Well, actually, this is a great place to do that. So when you're setting goals, we want to set some immediate goals and we want to set some long-term goals. So in this case, my long-term goal would have been, hey, I want to lose 52 pounds in a year. Okay. So it's specific because 52 pounds. It's measurable. I can get on the scale and I can see if I'm there. Is it achievable? Certainly it is within the year. Is it relevant? Yes, because losing weight helps with my health and my diabetes. And is it time bound? Yes, because I got 52 weeks. Okay, so that's great. So that's a great, smart goal. But here's the thing. If I wait until a year to begin looking at measuring, marking, making adjustments, then that's not good either. So what we want to do is that SMART goal that we've set, the 52 pounds in a year, we want to come back and say, okay, what do I need to do in a month? Well, in a week, in a month, in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, so on and so forth, right? So we're chunking that goal into smaller parts. And so that's what I started to say. So our goal, we tell people, yes, 52 pounds in a year, but don't think about the 52 pounds. What are we going to do this week? And so my goal, and what I talk to clients, what I talk to patients about, is we want you to lose between a half a pound and 1 pound per week. That is reasonable. That is sustainable. Because remember, we're not just losing the weight. We want to be learning as well. How do we keep that weight off? So if you lose 10 pounds this week, you haven't learned how to do that. You haven't learned how to keep that off. Sometimes we don't even know what we did. But as we're losing gradually, that is sustainable and that is a healthy weight loss. Okay, so back to our thought. So I want to lose 10 pounds. Great, I love that. In this example, that's where we are. Now, as you look at your weight, as you look at your situation, you may need to lose less or lose more. So a healthy, normal BMI is 25. A healthy normal BMI is 25. Now, here's the thing. You may be way off from that. Your BMI, in fact, let me see. I'm going to pull up. I don't know if this will let me do it, but we're going to try. What I'm trying to pull up, y'all, is I'm trying to pull up my Fitbit, not my Fitbit, but my Fit Index. Pull up my Fit Index and go back. See if it'll let me go back a year. I want to get back to March. No, it won't let me do that. Okay. Okay, but I can show this to you. Let me do this. Okay, here we are. That'll work. Okay, so so this was back December of this past year, December of 2023. All right, and so that was on the 5th. Well, let's see, go back here. Let's see. Yeah, so on the 1st of December 2023, my weight was 215, BMI was 30.9, so almost 31. What I was trying to do was I was trying to go back even further because what I was interested in showing you was back here when my weight was 260, what my BMI would have been. And I can't do that on this, but let's see. Let's see if we can grab a BMI calculator. Calculate your BMI. Okay, we can go to the, okay, here it is. Let me share this one. And you guys have seen these things before, right? So this is the National Institute of Health. And so let's put in my height. So I'm 5 feet, 10 inches. And my weight back then was 260. Okay, so BMI is 37. All right, so BMI of 37. And so my height still is the same. My inches are still the same. And the last time we weighed, we were 190, I think. And let's compute that. So that puts a BMI of 27. So as we're looking at making adjustments to our weight, there are lots of different ways that we can use to track that, right? We can use BMI, and I love talking BMI, right? Because for women, for each BMI point that you drop, it's about 5 pounds, and for men, it's about 6 pounds. So it's easier sometimes people to think about, okay, if my BMI changed, okay, that's 5 pounds. And sometimes people, for some reason, and I'm putting myself in that same category, by the way. Sometimes we don't like talking about the actual number, the weight, right? So sometimes having that BMI is an easy way to think about it. Okay, so let's get back over here. So when we talk about weight, let me pull back up my. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So losing 10 pounds, and your situation may be different. Can we track it? Yes, we can track it. We can get on the scale. And you notice it says there, track weekly. I've gotten to the place where the number that I see on that scale informs me, but it doesn't stress me anymore. Often people can't get on the scale because the number causes them distress. And that's a whole nother conversation for us to have. It is a tool. It is a way of informing you of where you are. It doesn't mean anything about you personally. Now, I say this, y'all, not because I'm saying it flippantly, because at one point that number caused me distress. So I get it. But what we want to do is we want to work so that it becomes just a way of informing us. Okay, so track it. Yeah, can we track it? Okay, is it achievable? Yes, it is achievable if we've set the right number and we're going to set the right time. So you're losing 100 pounds in the next week, certainly possible. Is it probable? Probably not. All right, so if you follow a caloric controlled diet and engage in regular physical activity, we can create a sustainable calorie deficit. Hey, wait a minute. What's a great way of creating a calorie deficit, y'all? That's sustainable, that's easy, that's free. It's called fasting, isn't it? I know. I had to throw that in there. Okay. Is it relevant? Yes, because losing weight improves our insulin sensitivity and our blood sugar control. Remember the 3 pillars: decrease insulin, suppress the appetite, get rid of sugar. That's the pillar. Those are the pillars. And weight helps with that. And then time bound. Time bound. Is it time bound? I want to lose this weight, 10 pounds, within the next 6 months. Is that doable? Yes. Is there a time? Yes, there is. Now, I would venture, let's see. So if you lose half a pound a week, that's 20 weeks. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's 20 weeks. Half a pound a week. That gets us there. So 3 times 4 is 12 weeks. Okay, sure. And so I tell people, don't think really about the 10 pounds. Your question is, how do I lose my half a pound this week? How do I lose my half a pound for this week? And people right now, you might be out there saying, oh, 10 pounds, that's nothing. Well, hey, you guys remember? Hold on a second. I'm knocking things over back there. Let's see. How about, let's do this one. Okay, there we are. So let me move these guys over. And let's put this here. That right there, y'all, that is 10 pounds. So half of that. Look at my hands, right? So So to give you an idea, let me see if I can do this. Okay. Oh, that's not a good thing. So here's my cell phone. Okay. So that's 10 pounds. So when people say, oh, I only lost 10 pounds, I'm like, wow, you lost 2 of this, right? Yeah, so this is 5 pounds. So losing 2 of this would be 10 pounds. This is equivalent to maybe a pant size, a couple of pant size guys, ladies, right? Maybe a dress or 2 sizes. Yeah. Okay. So don't knock when you say you've lost 10 pounds or you want to lose 10 pounds. You know, don't think, hey, that's nothing. That's a lot. And to say I want to lose this in 6 months, oh yeah, let's do it. So my goal for you is that sustainable weight loss that you can get. Sustainable. That's the key. Because we don't want to go through that roller coaster. Right? Awesome. All right. And then so that's our weight management. That's the weight management. So as we are talking about creating those sustainable weight loss, we got to have smart goals, y'all. Because if we don't have smart goals, then we don't get where we need to be. Okay? So is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it relevant? And is it time bound? That's how we do it. So for you, what you want to do is you want to figure out, well, what of the things that are going on in my life, what are the things that I need to do health-wise to set myself up for success? That is where we've got to start. And then once you've achieved those, like I gave this list, right? So where is that list that I gave you a minute ago? Let's back up. I'm just going to pop back. Yeah. Remember this list? So these are common struggles that people have. Your struggle may be on that list, but it may not. It may be something totally different in your specific health case, your specific health scenario. But wherever you are, you've got to sit down. Okay, what do I need to do to be healthy? And then let's set some smart goals for that. As we talk about, I'll share here in a minute, when we have our community meetup this month, that would be a great time to come through and say, help me figure out some of these health goals. Help me figure out, okay, what do I need to do? And perhaps let's get together and let's start putting together a smart goal based on your situation. Okay, that's what the community is for. This is how we do it. Okay, let's see. I see perhaps a question out there. Let's see. So, all right. So we've got some more folks who popped in. So Steve says hello. Teresa, hey Steve, thanks for coming through, man. Teresa says hi to Steve. Teresa said, "Oh wow, that looks bad." I think you're talking about the model. Is that right, Teresa? Yeah, it's a big deal. So I'll tell you, and let me tell a little bit about myself, because I know what this looks like. Because I know what this looks like, I sometimes can imagine, like if my weight fluctuates, and we'll talk a little bit about that at another show. If my weight fluctuates, I say to myself, man, I know I cannot put on 5 pounds because I know this is what it is. Maybe I can put on, 2 or 2.5, 3 pounds, but I can't put on 5 because that's what it is right there. Okay. All right. Teresa said, wow. So Teresa says, doctor, any advice? I have decided to get off of glipizide and to try Jardiance. Good question. I'm going to hold on to that one here for a minute, Teresa. And she's saying yes, because I'm assuming that you were talking about the fat model. Okay. All right. So Jardiance and glipizide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. So you remember when we did our show back in January, I believe, one of the shows we did was what medications should you consider getting off and what medications should you consider getting on. So let's talk about the getting off medications first. And the reason for wanting to get off of some medications was because those medications were medications that make your body produce insulin, if you remember. So the 3 pillars: decrease insulin, decrease appetite, and decrease carbs. So any medication that has with it the effect of producing more insulin in my body, that's a medication I want to consider getting off. Okay? So any medication. That includes the sulfonylureas like glipizide. So glipizide, glyburide, and glimepiride are the 3. I mean, there's some other ones out there if you're in a different country. That includes the DPP-4s. And I'm not going to go through all the names of them. Well, I can go scientific. The sitagliptins, the alogliptin, the saxagliptin. That way I don't have to say the brand name. Okay. But hey, no. So that's your Jardiance, not Jardiance, your Januvia, your Tradjenta, your Orsini, and all those things, right? So those are the DPP-4s. That also includes, y'all, the GLPs. So things like Ozempic, Mounjaro, Trulicity, Victoza. So all of those have with them the effect of producing insulin in your body. Right? So we're going to come to talk about the GLPs in just a minute. So any medication that has the effect of producing insulin or giving you insulin, those are medications, those are the first ones that I want to get off of. So that would, in your case, Teresa, include glipizide. Right? So you want to make sure you're talking to your healthcare provider and go through that process with them. That's why you always hear me say to patients, if you're one of my patients, if you're one of my clients, or here on the show, the first thing I try to get off of is insulin. Because decrease insulin, number 1 pillar. Number 2 pillar is suppress the appetite. And this is where, and the show that we did, medications you should get on. Well, I just told you that all the GLPs also produce insulin in your body, or it makes your body produce insulin if it can. Well, why would I want to get on one of those? Well, because one of the side effects of the GLPs is suppressing the appetite, right? Which is the 2nd pillar. So the appetite suppressant or the appetite suppression often outweighs the side effect of the insulin, right? So you got to make a call there. So I want to get off of this medication. I want to maybe think about getting this other medication. Well, why would I get on a medication that also produces insulin? Because the side effect of the benefit of that medication outweighs the side effect, right? And it's a judgment call. So if I had a choice between SU and the GLP, I'm going for the GLP because first I get rid of the insulin production by the SU, and I have the appetite suppression from the GLP. And then finally, to the other medication you asked about, Teresa, was Jardiance. And remember, the third pillar of our plan to reverse diabetes is to get rid of sugar. So decrease insulin, suppress the appetite, get rid of sugar. So GLP, not GLPs, but SGLTs, which is Jardiance, one of them, what they do is they take sugar and they put it in urine. So they're getting rid of sugar. So if I had to make a decision between, hey, I want to do a medication that produces insulin or one that gets rid of sugar, well, I'm going to do the one that gets rid of sugar. And once again, in this discussion, make sure you are talking to your healthcare provider. But that's the idea behind the way that we talk about medication. What should we get on? What should we get off? And so forth. The other thing is that Jardiance and the SGLT2s, including Farxiga, are now, there are so many other benefits to them. Like there's heart protection, there's kidney protection, and so on and so forth, right? So I'm not going to lump them all together because they're specific things, but there are additional benefits to the SGLT2s. That's what that group is called. And Teresa says, my cardiologist took me off of my BP meds and we are negotiating removal of some other medications. Steve says, awesome. Yeah, love that. Love that, Teresa. And then she said, Teresa, she said, Doctor, you are freezing up on YouTube. Yeah, Teresa, I know we were kind of sticking a little bit, so I'm hoping that gets better. Yeah, there's something that I was doing right before, and I think it kind of got the computer in a weird state, and so what I need to start doing is rebooting right before I go live. Okay, so I hope you can still see me right now. Okay, all right. So let's see, if you have any other questions, go ahead and pop those in. But this is a great place for. Let me come over here for a second. It's a great place for us to take a look at my monitors. Let me put this model down. And let's pop over because we want to take a look at our reports. So let's go ahead and get over there. And let's do this one. I always like when I do this one. Okay. So here's my blood sugar, and there are a couple of places that I want to show you some things that went on this weekend. And you'll see there that my average blood sugar was 107, and that's for the last 14 days. If I pop over here and I change this to 90 days, you see that my average blood sugar is 114. And I'm in target 94% of the time. That's a range of 70 to 180. My estimated A1C, which is the glucose management indicator, is 6.0, keeping in what we are trying to maintain. And we're going to actually get blood sugars again here, or A1C here in another maybe a month or so. I'm going to get it early, actually. So if I look at my daily graph, there are a couple of things I want to show you in terms of blood sugar and some things that were going on over the past couple of days. So if you remember, we ended our fast right here about 6 o'clock on Friday, and my blood sugar was 63. And then as I ate, it climbed, got up to a little bit above 100, so 107. And then into the next day, kind of stayed in the hundreds, 105s, right? And then for lunch, so this weekend was graduation here in town, yes. And so I went to lunch, and I ate. Oh, where's my list? So we had some tofu. We had some tofu. We had salad. Those are all the good things. Those are all the great things, right? And then we decided we're going to have some key lime pie. So we went from 124 up to about 204. And then we started coming back down. And then Teresa and Jennifer, if you guys are, Steve, if you're out there. So from 214, we started coming back down. And we got down right at about 172. And then we popped up again and we got up to 217. That was 223. That was some almonds that I ate right there. Okay. Teresa says YouTube is really freaking out. And then yesterday in the 140s, went out to lunch with the family, my mother-in-law, and so we ate. We went to an Indian place and got up to about 180 and then started coming back down. And then today we've been in the 100s to low 100s. Right here is where I had to change my meter, and then right now I'm in the low 100s. Okay. And so I apologize for any of the Teresa says that YouTube is not enjoying what we're doing right now. So all right, y'all. Thought for today. Now, one thought that I want to give, right, as we kind of end the discussion on SMART goals. As I started, I said that SMART goals are a kind of signpost. They let us know if we're moving in with a good pace. They let us know when we've achieved the relevant things that we need. But they also let us know if we're moving in the right direction. Because there are opportunities that are going to come your way. There are things that are going to come to you and that you're going to have to make a decision. No, I can't do that because that does not put me in the direction I want to go. Your friend is going to say to you, hey, let's go to the buffet. And you're going to have to say, I don't know that that is helping me in the right direction. Hey, let's go buy a chocolate cake. Hey, let's go do this. Hey, let's go do that. That's great. And it's beautiful and it's wonderful. And that those places have great food. But I don't know that that's where I want to go. I don't know that that's the place I want to be. So when you have SMART goals, you can make decisions that help you avoid things that you shouldn't be involved in. That's the beauty of a SMART goal. I love it. I love it. Love it. All right, y'all. So let's talk a little bit about our platform, and let's talk a little bit about where we are. So first, I want to kind of review. Well, let me not do that. Let me go and let's talk about where we are. So our platform, right? So educate, empower, and encourage. Educate, empower, and encourage. That's what we do here on the channel. We educate because we've got to change our mindset. We've got to set ourselves up for success. All the shows that we do, the podcasts, the blogs, all of that is with the intention of providing education. Number two, we empower by providing tools. The things that we learn are tools. For example, we just learned how to create SMART goals. That is a tool that you can now use as part of the process to become healthy. And then we encourage by creating a community. And this community is a beautiful community that we are building. I love the interaction that you guys have. You know, Teresa and Steve and Jennifer, who's not on tonight, but all of you are part of the community that we love to see here. So we educate, we empower, and we encourage. One of the tools that we've learned is the HEAT model. These are the things that push us in a direction to break our fast, to get off of our meal plan, to do things and eat things other than what we say we're going to eat. Habits, emotions, access, and taste. Those are all things there. So habits, we get in the habit of eating something at a particular time, at a particular event. The emotions, we're hangry. We're mad, we're sad, we're glad, we're tired, we're bored. All of those things push us in directions of eating. Access, just because it's there, y'all. And then taste, because we want to create or recreate, want to remember a space where we were before. So that's the HEAT model. And then our call to action, number 1, join the challenges. All the things that we're doing, don't just come and let this be, hey, this is something that we heard and it's sitting on the shelf. We walk through the challenges. So January, our challenge was to come up with your why. I mean, we talked about the 5 whys, or 6 whys, 5 whys. In February, it was to begin fasting for 24-hour once a week. In March, it was to figure out which of the triggers is the one that you succumb to the most. In April, it was to, April actually was to create a meal. So let me go back and, so it was create a meal. And then of course, May was to mentor someone, to find someone that you are going to mentor, someone that's you're going to bring along with you, that you are going to be integrally a part of getting them to begin moving in the new year, new you process, right? Mentoring someone in new year, new you. That's your goal for this month. Not someone that you talk to and you tell about the stuff and then you leave them alone and then 5 months later you come back. No, 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 no. This is someone that you are talking to on a continual, consistent basis, that you are teaching them, that you may be watching some of the videos with. Maybe you get together with your family, with your friends. Okay, the challenges are there, right? So that's number 2. So join the challenges. Number 2, share your story. When you come on, let us know where you are. Let us know where you are. If you're fasting, we want to hear that. If you're having some troubles with fasting, we want to hear that. Just like Teresa says, hey, I'm talking to my doctor about changing medication. Love it. Because when people hear your story, they know they can be successful. And when they see your challenges, they know they're not by themselves. And we can rally around each other in those challenges, in those spaces, to be successful. And then invite a friend, y'all. Invite someone. There are over 1 billion people on the planet right now, at this moment, who suffer from diabetes and prediabetes. You can be the voice of change in your community, in your family. There are lots of families where there are generations of people that have died because of complications about diabetes or heart disease or strokes or other things. You can be the one that says, hey, we're not going out like that. Our family is going to change. We're changing the dynamic of our family. So invite someone, send them the link. Say to them, hey, let's go watch this show together. And that falls right in line with our challenge for this month, which is to find someone to mentor. Right? Love it, love it, love it. Love that you guys are here. So Steve says, you too working and fine in Atlanta. And Teresa says, okay, Steve, somehow it connected to my TV. Ah, okay. All right. I'm glad that you were able to figure that out, Teresa. Well, y'all, hey, another show in the books. And as always, I'm glad to be here, glad to have you as part of the community, glad to have you here sharing this space with me. I'm glad to be here with you as I move along this path together. As I say always, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. We are creating the life we've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you at our check-in coming up on Wednesday night. And then again on our show next Monday at 7 p.m. Central, right here